Hello. You're with Scott. I'm sorry. It's midnight. It's Easter. It's always Easter. It's your right ear and your left ear. One 28/2010. Bob. Book said, Holly showed, call it, she said. White lips, look at Jesus. With brown hair, call it Ministry of Dreams. Holly said, this book is born, she said. All I want is titties. Said him who is and was and always will be. Get it published, said Jesus. Look at, watch, it is time. God said people want to steal God, said to ruin it. But I spoke, creative birth, said Jesus. Place, do not copy. Said Jesus, that is above a trademark and will hold up in court, God said. Let's close this chapter, said Jesus, and work out what he saw. Said Casey, pointed. It's Holly walking on the treadmill, wearing workout clothes. Jesus looked at his watch. It's like watch. Said Holly walked. It keeps ye in shape. She said, put it under. Holly said, this is the birth of the Ministry of Dreams. Book, put it under, said Jesus, the introduction to Ministry of Dreams book, that's Bob Hay, put it on the shelf, Jesus said. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's Easter. It's always Easter. This is your right ear and your left ear. And how'd you like these apples? Oh, come over here now. Oh, come on. Oh, what's going on? Why did it disappear? Oh, I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here. You're here. Oh, the microphone's crackling. No. Like these apples. What? Why is the microphone crackling? Oh, come over here. There's always something. Oh, what's going on? Why did it disappear? Oh, I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here. You're here. Oh, the microphone's crackling. No. It's not crackling now. Like these apples. Oh, no, it did. Why is the microphone crackling? Oh, come on. Oh, right, we'll turn it down then. We'll turn that microphone off now. We'll have our usual microphone back on, usual setup. I've got to say hello to everyone in chat. Darksea, DeFlo, Solway, Baba Yaga, Ellie, Maria, Joanne, Rachel, Curious Cat, SG, Kerry Koo, White Swan, Maria, I think I said you twice, Saz, Louise, Bromvixen, Joanne, Bren, like there's a few of you, aren't you? And so that was my introduction. The microphone isn't working for it. What, this mic, hang on, wait. You should be hearing me now, shouldn't you? You can hear me now, can't you? You can hear me now. Yeah. What I did is I've got a. It's hard to show you. I've got a wireless microphone. And where's my beard? I shaved it for this cosplay. It's not going very well, is it? Played this song. Played that, and I did the intro. Apparently the microphone was crackly. It's not very good, is it? That's not very good. Over there now, I won't be over there now, but that's what it looks like. And there's me. It's the same room. It's good, isn't it? It's good. The monk outfit is because, I don't know if you know, but I'm a super chuffer. And we've hit 6K. Way! And it's Easter. Way! So today's special edition, we're going to be rating all the chocolate. When I say rating all the chocolate, we're going to be doing a tier list maker for all the British chocolate. You've sent me a list. The list is currently on the screen. But also, I really want to say thank you to Jamie, who on Discord sent me on Discord this, which is a folder with all the different chocolate things in it so that we can upload them to the tier list maker. So what we're going to do is we're going to check the list we already made. We're going to check everything's on this picture list. Hopefully it will be. If not, we can add a couple, or we might not have to if we don't feel like it. And then I've got all of your comments. About what you thought on the video. Some people have left their comments. Not that one about PsyOps, but these ones about caramel chocolate and Boost. So we're going to get them on the list. Yeah. Hello, everyone in chat. We're going to get them on the list. And once we've done that, we're onto the tier list. We're making the tier list of all the best chocolate in the UK. That's our Easter special. But of course, I'm a super chuffer, right? And a little while ago, we had a look at this chuffer, a dangerous nutter. A dangerous nutter? What do you mean? He's got adverts on his channel. Everyone does. You shut up. Shut up, you. It's the way it goes these days. Right, a dangerous nutter. Look at this chuffer. Do you remember him?
March 9th, 2023. I am 5'4" and weigh 100.
And this is like a theme. So when you look at his shorts, right, there's quite a few of these. So you remember him? That nutter, yeah? Right? Well, we did a video on him. He's dangerous and he's a nutter. I'm standing by it. So am I wearing pants? I'm wearing trousers, yeah. Unlike him, I did think I could commit and take off my underwear and do a naked backside. Maybe later, but it'll get us binned off YouTube. I am wearing my underwear. But we did him, and he wrote a book. Jesus gave him a book. Now, it's Easter, and I had one message saying, look, you're being disrespectful to Jesus with the chocolate thing. So I do apologise, all the people that love Jesus. I love Jesus too. I think he's a right good chuffer. He's a right nice bloke. Yeah? So don't get your egg on. Be forgiving. It's a bit of a laugh. We're having a laugh. That's all. I'm not having a go at the Catholic Church. I'm not having a go at monks. I'm not having a pop at monks. I'm having a pop at that nutter. And he wrote a book, The Ministry of Dreams. So we're going to read it. It seems appropriate because it's Easter, doesn't it? It seems well appropriate. Talk to me about how appropriate it is. Oh, it's well appropriate, Scott. It's the most appropriate thing you've ever... my FedEx pass. I should have got a FedEx. You're right. I should have done some FedEx work. So the hair and the costume. I'm dressed up like that chuffer. God came into my body like a body the same size. I'm dressed up like him. It's my first ever cosplay on stream. And I've got the book, and we're going to read the book. So it's like a combination Pizza and Taco Bell. Man, can't believe the microphone's all crackly. That's an expensive microphone. We'll have to do something. I look so different without face hair. It'll grow back. He doesn't have a beard. I don't have a beard. It's costume. I look different in my fucking costume. No, don't just tell me about the beard. The beard. I'm wearing a fucking monk costume. I'm dressed up. Hang on. Let me go over there again. I'll just point the microphone over there so you'll still hear me. I'll use the boom mic and I'll point it over there. That'll work as a system. Better than a wireless microphone that you spent money on that was expensive and crackles. Right. Oh, what? Turn on to me my camera. Look. I'm dressed up as a monk. You're going on about me beard. Oh, come on, camera. You can't be that delicate. Right, yeah. Look. You're saying about me beard. Forget my beard. Look at how I'm dressed. The whole shebang. I'm wearing a dress. Got my trousers on. I am the chosen one. Loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one. Love him with my heart. I love the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one, love him with my legs. I love the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one, love him with my hands. I love the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one, love him with my fringe. Your beard, you're going on about a beard. Oh, we've got a lot to do. Oh, come on, cameras. It's like you plug 4 cameras in, drape all the wires around, and they just like lose their shit. Come on. Let's have you back. Cameras. Come on. We're messing up my technological issues are messing up my... Come on now. Technical issues. Come on, that camera always works. There you go. It's like having to think. It's having to think. Oosh. I love the chosen one. Loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one. Love him with my half naked. Look, chocolate. It's all about the chocolate. Let's give you the coffee.com. Let's show you that as well. Which is your page here on coffee. Excuse me, I've been drinking a coffee, that just repeated on me. Copy that, and I'm going to paste it into here. If you want to tip me, you can do me a super chats, that's fine. You can do me that. You can also tip me on coffee.com. It will come up on the screen. It will read it out. I'll be able to hear it, and I'll get more of the cut than I would on YouTube. We give charity intermittently. We might consider giving some to charity today, see how it goes. But really, today's all about you and your chocolate. And Jesus as well. Like, honestly, like, you know, big up Jesus. Get up in the sky, you big chuffer. And Easter and chocolate. I think that's where we're at. So we're ready to rock and roll. First things first. Right then. You need a burlesque. I'm dressed as a monk. Monks don't do burlesque. We don't. I suppose nuns do, don't they? You have to see a lot of saucy nuns. You're right, actually. I've seen a lot of saucy nuns. You're right, actually. I've seen a lot of saucy nuns in the nun factory, wherever the nuns hang out. What are they? The nunnery. Right, we've got this huge picture list. Brilliant. This is really good. Thank you, Jamie. Look at this. I'm tempted to just go with this list, and whatever made it on here is what we rank. And if there's others that don't, yeah, well, you can't have it all. But what I want to do is just quickly check the list we did. I mean, I owe it to everyone. So what we're going to do, we've got dairy milk. I'm sure it's going to be on there. I'm not even going to check because Jamie's not going to have missed off dairy milk, is he? Dairy milk, look. It's down here, yeah. Dairy milk, fruit and nut, dark Bourneville, whole nut. I don't like cross-referencing this. It's starting to annoy me. Maybe if I view it as a list. Oh, it's even more complicated as a list. Dark whole nut, What do you think? Should we just go with what Jamie did? Because look at this huge list. Jamie went off what we did on the internet. Look at this whole list. I'm looking for a whole nut. Walnut whip's on there. I don't know, is whole nut on there? Or maybe it's hazelnut. Or maybe it's dairy milk whole nut. Dairy milk whole nut. It's on there. Look, everything's going to be on there, isn't it? We discussed the wagon wheel. We had the wagon wheel. I need to clean shave my head.
What the incentives? A creamy egg for you fry chuffs. Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. Is cream egg on there? Is Cadbury's cream egg on there? Is it going to be under... It's there under cream egg, it is. Cheers for the cream egg. You popped in quickly and you find me dancing in the monk outfit. Yes, that's right. That's right. It has finally come back to bite us. That's right.
It's raining again.
Oh, God.
Vicky Bromvixen sent tippies. Think you might have had too much coffee today, but you make me howl. Loving the outfit. Keep chuffing. Super chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you. I really appreciate the 10 hugs. I really do. Maybe I've had a bit too much. I'm excited about doing this, though. I'm excited. Chosen. Bishop. Give it the old match, Bishop. Bishop, mate. Bishop. Cream egg and walnut whip are not bars. No, but it's chocolate items that you go in what it is if you go in Morrison's or One Stop and you go to the chocolate section. If you go in One Stop, if you go in, the Dillons and you go to the chocolate section, and you go, or the Shell Garage, and then you go and pick up a chocolate item. You're not buying crisps now. You're buying a chocolate item. So it's that. That's the list. That's the criteria. And wagon wheels we discussed. We said they're biscuits, mate. Sorry. I'm willing to trust this list, though. It all looks like it's all on there, Maybe I shouldn't go, cross-referencing it, because there's quite a lot on our list there. There's quite a lot on this list as well. I think we trust the list. Shall we have a quick look through the comments and see what the comments said? Because we need to read that book as well. The comments, I'm going to read them all on screen so that you all at least have had your comments read. And if we miss something off the list, then we will, we can add it on as a post additional amendment. Old Jamaica bars, you see, I like Old Jamaica. I think I asked them for them to be put on the list, so I'm assuming they are because Jamie's done such a great job. So, I can't see it there, Old Jamaica, but maybe it's under Cadbury's Old Jamaica. Burka. Maybe it's not on there. Maybe we get a picture of Old Jamaica and put that in just to be sure. And then if it's in there twice, it's in there twice. Let's do that now. Old Jamaica chocolate. And then image of it. Let's show me an image of old Jamaica chocolate. Well, don't mess me about. I mean, the thing is, you probably can't buy this anymore, but I'm going to drop that in the folder like that. It went in there as W equals 720. That's the name of it. I'm going to change it to Old Jamaica. Jamaica? I don't even know her. The monk outfit makes me look like... Yeah, it fits. It suits. Looks like my own hair, doesn't it? I'm in the Beatles now. Can you put olives on the list? Certainly not. Certainly not. 12. I think we might have a 12. Banjos. See, look, we did this the other day, though. We did this episode the other day where we all shouted things out in chat, and now we've got the list. So it's a bit late. Fries is on there. I believe Fries is on there. We did bring it up. We brought up the Turkish Delight and the chocolate cream. They're both on there. They both made the list. I'm going to give the people that did... my brain already. The comments. I'm going to give the comments the chance. Boost or Minstrels. They should both be on the list. Okay. Boost is on the list. And Minstrels. No. I don't think we said them, did we? We didn't say Minstrels. Okay, good call in comments. Minstrels. You're allowed to say what you want in chat, but like I've only got one brain. In fact, I encourage it in chat. I encourage you to chat more often than not if you want. Chat as much as you want. Go mental. Chat your head off. That went in as QG. Minstrels, mate. Minstrels. Minstrels. I'll spell them wrong so everyone can be confused by that. Your comments. So, yeah, I'm going to give you a heart for that. I'll give everyone a heart for the comments. Except for the nutters who like want olives. No, you're all good. You're all good. You kept saying them, Donna. Well, they're on now. They're on now. Ruffle bars, I think, are on there. Ruby says they're a bit of a purist, so no fruit. They can tolerate some nuts and wafers, but no nougat. Classic British, Yorkies, Galaxy, Cadbury's, Whisper, Aero. I think they're all on there. Marathon and Iron, I think we're on there. Green and Blacks, we discussed it. We had a little chat. Yeah, okay. Big like. Secret bars. Now get this. I didn't mention them on the stream. I don't remember mentioning them and putting them on the list. But get this. Somebody is right on it. And that somebody is Jamie. And secret bars are on the list. So well done, secret bars. Bit of a hype one there. Toblerone, I'm sure, will be on the list. Galaxy's got to be. The Ripple. The Psyop, I don't want to talk about that. Cadbury, I think your company has been transported to America. Okay, thanks. Caramel chocolate, I think we've got that on the list. A long oval shape filled with runny caramel. Caramel, yeah. Galaxy caramel in it. Boost and Minstrels, if they're not yet, we've got them. Oh, there's you, Donna, look, there's you. When's a Gambit or a Yorkie bar? I don't know what a Gambit is. I'll give you a like, but I'm not putting a Gambit on because I've never heard of it. This one's about people being cross about... the Crown Prosecution Service and stuff. I don't think... this is not... Claire. This is Claire. Claire's a regular commenter. This is not a chocolate. I've just read it out by mistake because it's on the list. She didn't put it on the wrong list. I'm reading it because my list contains other things. Colin says... they want to talk about narcissism and stuff, which is interesting. Yes, I will, but not on the chocolate day. Magda, my candidate is Dolma and Werther's original soft... Oh, I don't know if we're allowed that. I'll put yes. I'll give you a like, but I think it's sweets rather than a chocolate. Also, because no one have to fuck about anymore. Caramel, Galaxy Caramel, we're having that. What happened to the Freemason? I haven't done that yet. I need to learn more about Freemasons. Lint Bunny, go on then. I forgot the Boost. Boost has got to be on the list now, isn't it? Boost is on there now. Boost is on there, don't worry. Maltesers, Twix Boost, I'm sure they're all on there now. Picnic bars, yes. CCTV on the school on the roof. That's not chocolate. You get a like anyway. Judy says she was reading about the octopus farm in Spain. I was as well, actually. It looks awful. We'll talk about it one day. The Yorkie truck, Easter, yeah, but we're doing just simply chocolate. Not like what we said is the Yorkie truck is a supreme egg. But what we're going to do is we're going to discuss it like whether it's a big Yorkie, a small Yorkie, a fun size, whatever. It's Yorkie. It's the concepts that we're interested in. Mars bars on the list. I don't know what Golden Cup is. And there have been some comments that have said that I should be repping the vegan chocolate more. So we're going to have a special dimer on the list. Chocolate coins, yeah. We'll call them Christmas chocolate. Elizabeth Shaw Mint Crisps. They're vegan apparently. I wouldn't have ever. They're a bit posh. Skittles, yeah, all that stuff is great, and it's all vegan, but it's not chocolate. Curly Whirly, lovely. Think it should be on the list. The Raspberry Ruffle, okay. Caramac. Hello ACW there for the Raspberry Ruffle. Galaxy was your first chocolate bar as a kid, and you've never looked back. Okay. Galaxy's the one, says Mel Grant. Black Magic, Strawberry Cream. And the only cultural advance in the UK in the last 40 years is the foil no longer sticks to the Cadbury's cream eggs, says 4D Man. So they're your comments. They've been heard. It's all fair around here. We're going to turn off the big list as well now, the notepad. We're going to rely purely on Jamie's list because it's brilliant. So now the next step, tier list maker. I could have done this offline, but I thought it'd be fun to do it together. Make the template. Search to see if it already exists. Kit Kat, I'm sure we've got Kit Kat on the list, Deborah Rabbit. And you know what? If not, later on we can look at it and say, hey, we left off Kit Kat. Yeah, Kit Kat's on there as a chunky and an original. Yeah. We can later on we can also say, look, hang on, we missed this, and we can just factor it in. It's fine. It's our own golden cup you want. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you have golden cup. You're saying it in chat as well, but I don't know what it is. So let's find out. But I'm a bit worried if I type golden cup, I might get a picture of like, Donald Trump having a wee in a cup or something. Oh no, there it is. Look, this. Bring back the chocolate bar golden cup. Petition closed. 147 supporters. Go on, you can have it then. I've never had it, but you can have it. It's going in. Maybe it's a Scottish thing. Golden cup. Golden cup. What do you say? What do you say? Do you say, what's that, Sarah? 18. What do you say? Do you say golden cup or do you say golden cup? Golden cup or golden cup? Where's the emphasis go on that, do you think? I don't need that picture of that man anymore, do I, until later? We've done the comments, they can go. We're listening to this music from Genshin Impact, you all love it. I love it too. It's quietly in the background. We don't need the goth music anymore. That's the Chuffy's thing. We've got golden cup. There's the petition. That's gone. Tier list maker. So we're going to make our own template. Describe the image set. British chocolate. But we're doing the but like this is open brackets. Like, what should we call it? Like the ultimate best Scott's hot mix. Do you remember when you used to do a mix on your tapes and you used to call it like Scott's hot mix? Top mix is good. Radio 1 top hot mix is good. Hot top mix. Hot top pop mix. Hot top pop mix is good. And then the other side you might call it like, slow numbers or something. The original golden cup was in red foil. It was a sausage or cigar shape. What are they playing at? Messing about with it. My hair looks different. Thanks. I'm doing a cosplay. For anyone that's late, I'll show you again quickly. For anyone that's late. I like the Pope. The Pope smokes dope. Whoa. I like a monk. I like big monks and I cannot lie. I like big nuns and I cannot lie. Scott's hot mix, top mix, pop is good. Select a category. Food, food. Duh, F. Fast food. Just food and drink. A description. A great description helps users find your template in search results. Well, since I don't care if anyone finds it, I'm going to write super chuffer done a tier list. Super chuffer done a tier list. How about that? Select template cover photo. Okay, I can do that. Upload a set of images. Select all your files at once. Browse. I can do that. Chocolate. Select all your files at once. I think I can do that. I mean, you never know whether it's shift or it's control or it's whatever, do you? But I think I've done it. Now they're all in there. Look. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's tasty. Add a URL for image credits, Jamie. Image orientation, square. I mean, I think they're pretty much square, aren't they? We're not going to be angry if they resize our chocolate. Default row label text, right? The top tier of S tier, the top tier is going to read S tier. They always call it S tier, but I'm going to put like criteria on it. So this is vegan. Like, it must be vegan to reach this tier. And then slash, like, super good. We don't need any more than that. We'll just put S vegan. And then you understand the rest of the concept. A, B, and C. Like, you understand. You can put extra rows on later as well anyway. Abacada. Like, good to bad. There's no need for anyone to be... You must be logged in to create a new template. Oh, for God's sake. Why wouldn't you tell me that at the start? I've just been through this. Log in. All right, I'll log in. Join or log in with Twitter. I'll do that then. Why wouldn't you have told me that at the start? That's an awful thing to put me through. Make template. I'll do it again then. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I won't. I'm not excited now though. Name of template, chocolate. Just put chocolate because I'm not excited anymore. No. Top British chocolate top hot mix is good. Category. We all know this now, the category. You're all used to this by now, aren't you? Cut the rest of my hair. I'm not cutting the rest of my hair. I'm not cutting the rest of my hair. It's a cosplay. You're allowed to take it off afterwards. Once the sex is done, I'm not pretending to be... I'm not, you know... There's no sex. But, you know, like, oh, get saucy this weekend. Why don't you put on a maid's costume and dress up as a saucy maid? Yeah. And then could you do the vacuuming in the lounge? Yeah. I mean, no. Well, don't you want to do the sex? Well, after the sex is done, you're still dressed as a maid, so maybe do some vacuuming around the place. I'm only joking. That's my job. Vacuuming, I mean, not dressing up as a sexy maid. Right, select category, food and drink. You know it, I know it, we all know it. It's food and drink. We've been through this. Description, it's super chuffer done tier list. Browse the cover photo. Well, we can have any of these lovely photos. I chose dairy milk last time, but, you know, since you know, since it's all open to, you know, anyone, any chocolate bar. We've used the caramel this time. Browse. I can do this. I've done this before just a minute ago. This time, it's like we had a practice run. There they go. 104 of them. Add a URL. No. Image orientation square. Top level vegan. And then A, B, C, D for the rest. Submit. Submit. I don't need to submit. Ah! Get me in a headlock. Ah! It hurts. Tap out. I don't want to submit. I'm not becoming like your slave. I just want to do a tier list. Super Chuffer done a tier list, it says. Create a top chocolate hot mix tier list is good. Check out our other food and drink tier lists. No thanks, I'm doing my own. Here it is. There it is now. Now we're on. All of a sudden, now it's happening. So you thought it was good before, but now it's happening. Now it's exciting, like times 10. So should we make it bigger? I think we should make it bigger. What do you reckon? Oh, make it bigger. Oh, I like it when it's nice and big. Oh. You're talking about the tier list still? Yes. Talking about the tier list on the internet. Not. Just look. Now it's bigger. Are you ready, everyone in chat? Now, there is an issue because there is a slight delay in chat, so you can have the creative captions. You can have the closed captions. There's quite a little, you know, there's a little latency delay. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to take something off the list. I'll choose an easy one first so we all know where we stand. Yeah? I'll choose an easy one first so we all know where we stand. The dairy milk. Right? I'm going to put it, when I first put it on the list, I'm just going to drop it in the middle so that it's just in the middle and you have to tell me either A tier. Wait, we've got the colours in the wrong order. This is an issue. Vegan needs to be green. That's the top best. And then the next best down from green, we're going to move through the spectrum like this. So green is good, and then yellow is slightly not as good. I mean, yellow's like piss, isn't it? So yellow would be the worst, but the next one is orange like this, and all the way down to like red. We can put new ones on if we need to. We can put new ones on, right? But for me, if it's not vegan, I can't quite give it top tier for me. So bear that in mind. But if you want it to go higher, lower, what letter do you want it on? A, B, C, or D? Where do you think dairy milk goes? You type it in chat. I listen to you. But I will also, you know, at the end of it, I'll put my final vote in. I'll say where I think it should be according to you and me. Yeah, use sage to ward off evil spirits, says Ali Harris. Maybe I should do. I just broke the cross off this. God's going to, oh no. God's going to be particularly angry with me. And he does get a bit eggy. I've heard about it in the Bible. I fixed it, God. Don't worry. I fixed it. Fixed it. It's not vegan, no dairy milk, so it can't go top. But it should be S tier, really. I mean, you've got that special tier on top, so forget that if you're not vegan. Like, you know, bear it in mind, though. But top tier, yeah, it's got to be A tier. Somebody's saying a D. Deborah says a D for dairy milk. A lot of B's in chat. I'm surprised. I would have thought it'd just go straight into A. It's the classic chocolate. If you're trying to explain British chocolate to somebody that doesn't live in Britain, you give them a bar of dairy milk. Like, that is, every one of us, it's the market leader, isn't it? It's the market. I'm getting serious about chocolate now, dressed as a monk. Hallelujah. Oh, we should have that. I bet it's copyright. Yeah, I can't do it. It's copyright. We should have choral music in the background, shouldn't we? I'm surprised with the amount of B's. Like, there's not a consistent list of A's in chat, so it's not getting a consistent A. Therefore, I can't honestly give it a consistent A. So I'm going to drop it in B. Okay, I'm going to drop it in B, and then people say, Donna says it's boring. Yeah, but it's classic. You know, it don't have to be. Like, you don't have to have an exciting cup of tea, do you? What have you got in your tea today? All raisins and Smarties. Really? No, it's a cup of tea. Leave me alone. I want it classic. Best almost British, both, whatever. I should have done this at the start. We should have set a criteria, shouldn't we? Value. Could be value. It could be, decadence. Whatever you feel in your heart, where it, you know, all these different attributes go into it, and then you have to decide, is it on the top or the bottom of the list? It's just very, like, unless it's got cocaine in the tea. Then you'd be snorting all the tea. Snorting the tea bags with cocaine mixed in. I imagine that's one of the methods they use to get it across the border. Need some fruit and nuts, says Missy. Okay, so I'm happy on a B at the moment. The next thing, we need to keep this rolling because there's like 100 of them. But the next thing is, I'll give you one final chance. Higher or lower than a B. And you can bang it in chat now. Higher, this is the system we're going to do. Okay, so we'll get it in its place. And then higher or lower than a B. You say a, and then it moves. And, do you know what I mean? Higher or lower than a B. Or just leave it where it is. So you've got one chance now in chat. I need to see that chat move in, and then I'll give you like T-2 seconds to do it. And then can we have categories like banging or minning? Yeah, if you want. Like A at the top is banging. Like, do that in your own brain though. I'm just going to leave it as A, B, C, D. But the bottom one is the rubbish one. So there's all different reasons for it to be bad. There is not a consistent theme here in chat. If anything, there's a lot of people saying higher, but then there's still some saying B. My vote will be put it one higher, but I'm seeing even people say lower. So because there's no consistency on that, I'm just going to say leave it where it is, because you've got some higher, some lower. That balances it out. Lower. Oh, man. Smaller bars, yeah. You know, the value and stuff proposition, that's all changed over the years. But as a piece of chocolate, a single square of it, quite nice. It's too plain. It's staying where it is then. It's a B. It's a B. I'm happy with the general consensus. You have to be too. We've got a lot to get through. Right, next on the list. This is Aero. Like in a bag. Right? It's Aero in a bag. And it is... I understand you saying heavy higher in chat. Aero in a bag, and it's chocolate in little baubles. What do you want? Air in a bag, chocolate baubles. Give me your letters. I'll give you your letters.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Mayor O sent tippies. PLS grow your beard back. Chuffer. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
5 hugs for my absent beard. Thank you very much. 5 hugs for my absent beard. I have to shave it for the thing. My hair looks nice. They were like my cosplay. Lots of D's here, so it's going in D. Right, lots of D's. Me personally, I would never buy that. I just wouldn't think the value proposition is good enough. I don't want little tiny bits of chocolate. I want big wallops. So D. It's gone. What's happened to my hair and beard? Okay, I'll give you one quick. Today's Easter, and for Easter we're doing this chocolate celebration, and then I'm reading the Ministry of Dreams in cosplay. So this is my cosplay. My beard will grow itself back, don't worry. My hair is simply clipping, don't worry. Anyone else want to put this up higher or lower than a D? No one seems angry about the D. No one ever buys it. D. I'm leaving it in the D. Okay. Next is the mint version. That's going to stay in D as well. We're not even going to discuss it, because if you didn't like the original, there's no way you eat 20 at a time, says Mickey. It works out. That's my point. Like, if you want to do that, why not buy the bar? I don't understand it. I understand it that you want to ration it out and have smaller, but then you can still just do that off the bar, can't you? Just take smaller bites. We're saying it's D. But however, does this stand up to the same principle for the Aero bar then? What are you saying as an Aero bar? Standard chocolate Aero bar. What do you think? Give me some letters. What do you think? Because the little baubles, not so popular. But the actual bar of chocolate itself, that can be quite tasty, can't it? That could be, I mean, I'm a vegan, obviously, so I'm not promoting this stuff. Animal problems with the... You know, we can discuss it another time, but... C's and D's. We've got C's and D's. Not, the standard Aero is not floating anyone's boat, so I'm going to drop it in C. There's quite a lot of D's as well. Bin it entirely. Quite a lot of... The orange one goes in E, says Donna. Jesus. There's a lot of Aero hate. And then now there's a bit more of a popularity wave. Some B's and C's coming back for it. So I'm leaving it where it is in C. And now the question is higher or lower. A very simple higher or lower. Do you feel strongly enough that needs to move? Higher or lower? Simply that. Higher or lower. Aero chocolate bar. It's in C. Does it need to go higher or lower? And if we get like a whole list of all the same, then it moves. And if not, it stays the same. I understand the B list. I understand the people who want it on the B list. But Dairy Milk is currently there on the B list. And there's no way I'm saying Aero bar is the same as Dairy Milk. Dairy Milk for me is better. So we're starting to get a feel for it. You can't focus because you're obsessed on the fringe. Once we've done this, I'll read the book. Or maybe we should do a bit of this and then a bit of the book. And then a bit of this and a bit of the book. I don't know. I got the microphone that kept crackling as well, haven't I? So we could try that, but I can't hear it, so I can't hear if it's crackling. Higher and lower in equal portions. It's staying in the C. It's staying in the C. Next, we've got Caramel Aero. Caramel Aero. What do you think about that? Caramel Aero. Is it the same as the Chocolate Aero, or does it have to be ranked higher up than the Chocolate Aero? The Caramel Aero. I'm starting to feel myself instinctively like it should just sit there with the rest of them. Like all the Aeros get the similar sort of treatment. Who cut my hair? It's just a clipping. It's just a clipping.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier.
K sent tippies. Look. It's the Milky Bar Kid. Most days giggle I have. Super Chuffer owes 6
again.
hugs.
I couldn't be
Someone
happier.
sent tippies. 12-ity. I'm going a bit mad with lack of sleep now, Scott. I'll buy all the chocolate bars off YA. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Thank you very much, both of you there. Thank you very much. Kate and someone. Thank you both. Thank you both. People are not happy with this Aero either. Not happy with this Caramel Aero. That's staying in C. I'm not even going to ask you higher or lower. Orange one, we're going to drop in a D. We've already had a D for the orange one. I'd never eat it. I'd never eat an orange one. I just wouldn't be up for it. If I'm out there buying chocolate, we're going too far off the range here. All orange. That's going in D. Higher or lower for orange? Are you happy with that, or higher or lower? Higher or lower? We did discuss the Tunnocks tea cake. We did. We said that the Tunnocks tea cake was... someone loves the orange. Okay, orange, you love it, so it can jump up to C because there is some love for it then. Higher. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We can leave it in the C. Quite happy to leave it in the C. The side view looks like Red Riding Hood. People like the chocolate orange in chat. I'm surprised. To me, it doesn't go. I'm like, it's a bit of a strange choice of a fruit for me. But then I suppose I'm a bit of a strange choice of a fruit anyway. Now, what about mint aero? What about mint? Surely one of these aeros makes it up higher to the B. Surely it should be the mint. If there's ever a reason to have an aero, it's because of the minty, lighter texture maybe. You're all saying C for the mint aero. Mediocre chocolate. Because B's the average chocolate bar. A's, that's a good, lovely chocolate bar. Super top level, vegan or something special. Bottom, no, I don't want it, no, leave it alone. Bottom level. So C, yeah, wouldn't go for it. Lots of people are agreeing with C for mint aero. So now do you want that higher or lower? Do you want it higher or lower, the mint aero? Higher or lower? All I want now is higher or lower for mint aero. We're going to be a while on this, aren't we? I should have done the latency. I should have set the latency to very tight because... C tastes like toothpaste air. There's a few votes for higher. You know, you can always do your own tier list now because we've uploaded this into the internet, so you can always use this same template. You know where it is, and you can reorganize it and send me your pictures on Twitter and what have you. But I think we'll leave it where it is because where am I making it? Have I got my hygiene certificate? Well, there's a lot of hires. There's a lot of hires. This is very close to getting tipped into higher. It's very close to getting tipped into higher. In fact, I'm going to tip it. I'm going to say, I think out of all the aeros, something must make it into a slightly higher grade. And I think that the mint one is the best of them. So I'm going to jump it into higher. Some people don't hate it. Some people don't rate it at all, though. Some people want it on a D. Right, next, we're going to go off the reservation here. This is something different. This is the After 8 mint. And I will concede that these come in this... Like, if you're in Dillon's, or if you're in the Shell Garage, which you don't go to the Shell Garage because it's too expensive. You only go up there for the cigarettes. If you're in the Shell Garage, though, and... it is, isn't it? Like, why would you go there instead of the Morrison's? Or it's cheaper. Anyway, you're in the... Or sometimes you just need to... Anyway, look. You can see the box of After Eights, and you do think to yourself, look, I'm not having a dinner party, but, like, you know, I could eat a whole box of After Eights, couldn't I? I think they might even be vegan. I'm not sure. We need a top-tier contender. We do. We'll get some. We will get some. The After Eight, for me, is quite... I'm going to put it even higher than a B, though, naturally, personally. You're gonna have to talk me down if you don't want this to be on the A list. I'll tell you for why. It's the sophisticated chocolate for after dinner. It's got its own cult status. You know, if everyone sat around the dinner table and you're having coffees and someone says, "Oh, have you got any of those little chocolates?" Everyone knows what you mean. Lots of people are doubting me here. There's got some D's and E's in chat. Only at Christmas. I'll tell you what's good about them as well. If you've got a box of them in your cupboard, you might buy a whole box, but you get sort of 3/4 of the way through and you think, I shouldn't eat all these, I'll leave a few. Higher or lower than an A? Higher or lower than an A? Talk me down if you need to. Higher or lower than an A? Do you think they ever serve them at posh parties? Absolutely, Louise. I think this is the, you know, these and Ferrero Rochers in a big tower. I think that's the height of culture. I used to work with a hairdresser, lovely man called Isaac, and he used to make this joke, and he's not dissing anyone because he himself, as he would say, you know, grew up on a council estate, but you say, that's council chocolate. You don't think rich people eat that. No, council chocolate, mate. Yeah, I think rich people probably don't eat After Eights. Lower. Drop it down to a B. It's all facade, isn't it? It's all facade. Louise always eats the lot. Yeah, I'm a bit like that, but I get halfway through and I think, oh, this looks bad. All these empty wrappers. And there's a lot of packaging as well, isn't there? Yeah, they're a B. They're a B. Okay, next. Something that perhaps
even though it's not vegan because you're eating animals, perhaps the animal bar, A tier. Perhaps the animal bar. Perhaps the animal bar. Is that because you're kids? You give them to kids, but you are kids when you enjoy the animal bar. Like, you can enjoy them as adults, maybe not so much, so maybe that knocks it down a little bit. It's just simple dairy milk chocolate, but it's got an animal printed on it. The animal bar. What do you think? The animal bar. You're still talking about after eights in chat. All the chocolate makes your hair shiny. You're right, it does. It does. Nobody likes the animal bar. They're all dissing the animal bar. It's going down in a C then? What? Everyone hates the animal bar. I suppose it's not very good value for money, but like, exactly, Louise. When you're a kid, you're like, wow, give me that animal bar. I suppose that's just when you're a kid though, isn't it? I'm going to go with chat. I'm going to go with the populist vote. Animal bar C. Animal bar got a C. Animal bar got kicked out of the tournament. I'm surprised. I'm going to try and find a top tier contender for you. I know there's a few down here. You know, I know there's a few down here, a few top tier contenders, but maybe we'll work our way through as they are in order here. But I'm surprised. Are we doing alphabetical at the moment, aren't we? So let's just pick one out from random from the middle. Let's have one that maybe you might consider to be, you know, a contender for top tier. This is Galaxy Caramel. This is Galaxy Caramel. Is anyone going to argue that Galaxy Caramel is not an A tier chocolate? Is Galaxy Caramel is anyone going to argue that Galaxy Caramel is not A tier chocolate? I mean, I'm vegan, so there's still a level above, which is where I can eat it. But I remember eating Galaxy Caramel. It's one of those where, like, my sister or my mom would get it, yeah? And they'd put that in the cupboard and think, oh, I'll have a little square of that when I feel like it. And I'd see it in the cupboard and I'd be like, woof. That's gone. B's and C's and D's in chat. Unbelievable. Too sweet. It's going to have to come down then. Higher or lower, you're dragging me down to a B. There's a lot of people here with the A's. Higher or lower than the B then? The final question on Galaxy Caramel is, don't disappoint me, or Nicola. What? Says Horn Blowing Imp. I don't know what you mean. Don't know. We're just having fun today, rating chocolate. Hopefully, I'll tell you what. Tell you something while we're doing this. Tell you something that's happened. Is I've started to do the edits. Just a quick bit of housekeeping for you. Just a quick bit of housekeeping on the channel. Your channel, Super Chuffer. Obviously, we do a lot of lives. You're watching one now. But on the video side of things, I've dropped an edit. Paul Ansell, First Impressions. I'm going to go back over all the stuff we did. There's like 60 hours of footage of me talking about that stuff. So I'm going to go back over it, edit it into little half-hour chunks with a point on each chunk. Yeah, so it makes it clear what I'm saying. Little point on each chunk. Take out all the faff. So my first impressions of Paul Ansell did get lost in one of the lives. It was on 11 Facts, my first one about the Nicola Bully thing. The 11 Facts. That included it, but it gets a bit lost. So now it's its own little video. And those are going to start to pop up. And then as we can see how much each video makes in terms of monetization, and we get that problem with the monetization where it's not allowed to be monetized because it says unsuitable for advertisers. And I'm like, what? Come on. I'm talking about body language. But yeah, so as we find out, I'll know how much I can pay an editor, and then hopefully I'll hire an editor, and that will keep happening. So watch out for videos now on the Super Chuffer channel, which are little edited, segmented bits of the lives that we've done that make sense. So some people have requested it. It's now happening. Look out for that, you chuffer. Right, back to this. I'm going to leave it as a B then, because we didn't get anyone really, you know, what we need for a proper A and top tier chocolate. Thank you, Deborah, for the £2. Thank you, Deborah, for the £2. What we need for the top tier chocolate is something that we all agree on. It's just great chocolate. Everyone's happy with it. And then for the super tier, everyone agrees on that, and I can eat it vegan. So next, I'm surprised by Galaxy getting pumped out, but you've got to understand it's a conglomeration of voices, so it's got to be everyone's voice has to agree. Aztec, I've never ate it. It was on that advert. Some people in chat will have to tell me. Aztec, I've never ate it. Maybe that's the secret top tier. Maybe that's the secret one that's the top tier. Galaxy Aztec. I've never ate it. What do you think? Louise says her dad dated Pam. Flake is AAA, maybe. Maybe Flake will be. Maybe Flake will be. Same B. I mean, I don't know where to put it because I've never had it. Might as well just put it somewhere. Hey, no one seems to be bothered about the Aztec. Black Magic, a box of chocolates, all dark chocolates, so I can actually eat some of those. It might not all be vegan, but I can eat some of those. And these boxes of chocolates, right? Okay, we're dropping Aztec then, D even. Boxes of chocolates, right? They're a little bit special, aren't they? We're putting them on this list because they're in that section. If you're going to buy a little treat for your nan, you go in the shop, they're there next to all the other stuff. But it's like an extra bit of money and it's like a little box of it. No one's happy about this in chat. I'm surprised. DBDAB. Sounds like my grades. Sounds like my GCSEs. No, I got some quite good GCSEs actually. I'll have you know. Got some quite good GCSEs. My A levels, on the other hand. Yeah. Oh, there's some that never got eaten, Louise says. The coffee ones never got eaten. I would indiscriminately, me personally, I will indiscriminately eat all the chocolates. Like, if you give me a box, I don't need to look at the little piece of paper because I'm just going to eat all of them. So, like, you know, okay, I'm halfway through and it tastes like coffee. Well, there's always another one. Or maybe that was the last one. And that was the last one. I don't know. Vegan, says Deborah Abbott. So they're going in this special vegan tier. But lots of people don't want them. I'm going to put them up there because at the moment they're the only ones I can eat. But I'm feeling like they should really be down here because the feeling in chat was they weren't very good. A Boost, come on. It's not vegan, but come on now. Somebody please. We're not getting very high rankings on these. The Boost is the top of all chocolate bars. It's got to be, if there's a top tier with the top 5, Boost is in it. Boost has got to be like, I'm not accepting it. No one can shout me down on this. Boost has got to be on this top 10. Top mix, pop, top, hot, top mix, pop, top, hot, top mix. It's so dense and there's not a lot of chocolate on it, which is something I always rank. I think we need a bit more chocolate on the Boost, but it's so dense and chewy. And when I was at school, like, and I only had £1, I would choose a chocolate bar and a bag of crisps and maybe try and get a third item if I could be frugal. You know, you might try and squeeze 3 items out of £1. The Boost was fantastic. The Boost was, that's all your nourishment, that's all your goodness, that's all your filling of your stomach. And then you don't have to worry, maybe you can go a bit luxury on the crisps. Boost was fantastic. I'm not having it. Boost is top tier. It should be top tier, but it's not vegan. It's top A tier Boost. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even letting you have you can tell me what you think in chat. You can tell me what you think in chat. But for me, it can get a bit sickly. That's fine, Sally. You can have half a Boost. You can have a boo. Have the st later. You can just have the bow and have the ost later. But that was always a pleasure as well. Finding half a Boost in your blazer that you hadn't finished because you were, it's so substantial. Boost. Brilliant. Bounty Standard. We'll move on to Bounty Standard. This is a good chocolate bar as far as I'm concerned, but I don't think it's going to make the A grade, is it? If Boost is an A tier, there's no way Bounty's going to sit next to it. But are you going to push me down to a C for Bounty Standard? Or does it live with the rest of the B tier chocolate? What are you going to tell me about Bounty Standard? Standard Bounty. Well, it's been around for a long time. It's got a lot of fruit in it. It's good for you. It's coconut. Doesn't have a lot of chocolate. I'm cheating. This is my list. Just the Bounty I want to hear about now. A's and D's in chat. It's quite a balance. A's, C's and D's. Just the Bounty now. Get off the Boost. Bounty. All day A for Bounty. Someone says there. Gorillas says all day A for Bounty. B for Bounty. B for Bounty, says Sally. I like B for Bounty. That sounds nice. B for Bounty. There's quite a lot of different ideas here in chat, so B's a nice balance. I could drop it down to a C if anyone's really offended by it. You know, is it the case? Is there anyone in chat here who, if you like, I don't know, it's just like, it's lunchtime and somebody's bought everyone a sandwich, a drink. Someone's got everyone a meal deal. You've all got a meal deal. I bought you all a meal deal. And the deal is that you don't get to choose your chocolate bar. It just comes with a chocolate bar and you've got a Bounty. Are you going to eat that Bounty, or are you going to be, oh, I can't have this Bounty? You know, is it a problem to you? If it's a problem that you've got a Bounty in your, you know, free chocolate bar, then it has to come down to a C. If there's anyone out there who's like, I can't eat this coconut rubbish, it has to come down to a C. But if it's okay for everyone and it's acceptable to everyone, it stays in B for sure. And then what we can do is we can put red Bounty into the A tier. Little mic drop moment there. Red Bounty can go into the A tier. Do you know what? I think I should read the book intermittently in between parts, because this book is going to be a bit of a chore in a way. No, we'll do the book all in one, because if we want to edit it, it'll be a right fucker for an editor, wouldn't it? So Baba Yaga has said, can't eat this coconut rubbish. Okay, Bounty's getting dropped down 1. Dark Bounty's going into B. Although I'm going to push Dark Bounty up 1 because I can eat it nearly vegan. Well, it's vegan, but so I put it in the vegan tier then, maybe. It's its own special tier. What then asks me, am I Athelstan? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. There's the bounties for now. Like, if anyone's cross with it, like, it's only a tier list on the internet, so just calm down. That's where they're going for now. We can shuffle them about later, but we're about to... Lovely jubbly £2. Thank you very much for the 6k subscribers. Thank you for the congratulations. Thank you for the 6k subscribers. You know, this is awesome source to see things growing on YouTube like this for me. I've been here a while, and we're putting in some work, I hope, and we continue to do so. That's the plan. Next, this has got to be a top tier for me. Bourneville. It's vegan, and I'll tell you something, I'm from the West Midlands, and the Bourneville factory has a special place. The whole Cadbury story, Cadbury world, you go there when you're a kid, you know, they started making chocolate when the Aztecs, and then you go around, you get free chocolate in the factory, and you're like, this is amazing. And everyone in Birmingham knows somebody whose auntie or nan worked at the Bourneville factory, or works at the Bourneville factory, and gets a bag of broken chocolate. And like, there's these in Birmingham, there's bags of, I don't know if it's still going like the way it used to, but everyone's nan or aunt or someone used to have a bag of broken chocolate from Bourneville, and you'd get these like cheap bags of broken chocolate flooding the market in Birmingham. And like, Bourneville was a special, it's a place in Birmingham. Like, there's a college there called Bourneville College. It's got nothing to do with chocolate, but you can't go past it without thinking, yummy chocolate. Like, Bourneville, top tier. It's vegan. Some people might not like dark chocolate, yeah? But like, where did my nan make my monk's outfit? No, the monk's outfit was it was off Amazon, and God, I should remember exactly who now. You all got all these funny different names on the internet. Somebody specific bought it for me because I was talking about it. We were looking at it, and they'd give me the tip, and then I paid for it basically with the tip, didn't I? So thank you very much to a tippier donator. I'm really sorry that I can't remember exactly what your funny name is. You know, like, I'm looking at 100 names now in chat, so. But if you want to remind us in the comments, I'll say thank you to you directly again. I did say thank you to them directly the first time round. So it's part of a cosplay that we did when we were looking at This Dangerous Nutter, which is an episode on the channel. Like, it's like a theme. I don't know why the exercises require you to have your shorts off. So it's the cosplay special feature. Special feature. Dark chocolate stinking. Look, you might not like it, but I can say... If that stays in B, I'm off, says Andy. What? What's in the B? What's wrong with what's in the B that you don't like? C, or you're leaving. What is it? Andy, I'll move it for you. What's in the B? What's the wrong one in the B? Tell me. What's troubling you there? I'll move it for you if you want. At the moment, we're happy with this. The next one is Bourneville something. I don't know what that is. So I'm not putting that one on the list because I don't know what it is. Can't judge it. I should auction the costume after. I'm not armchair detective. I'll sign it for you. Lots of people from Solihull. Nice. It's up the road from here. Up the moors. You don't like the beard trim. Yeah, but it's part of the costume. We discussed it. So, next, Butterfinger. This was highly requested. Da baby, you got an ad during an ice stream. Right. Yeah. I don't know why we discussed this before. There's a button somewhere that I'm obviously not pressing or pressing on one of the settings, and YouTube's doing it, but I'm not asking it to do it necessarily. And it's not doing it for everyone, which is weird. It's like doing it for certain people, which is weird. Oh, Lottie's getting an ad now as well. Right, time out while the ad goes on. Then people are getting an ad, which is spoiling my episode, so I don't want that to happen. They're not happy with it. It's a shame. I'm just going to write in chat. Sorry for the ads. It's a button I need to turn off. Hello, Paul Ansel in chat there. You don't need to retract your messages. We can hear you talking. You're fine here, Paul. Up until the point where you get arrested, you might as well say as much as you can. Is it a wig? Yes. Essentially, yes. The advert's gone now. Okay, good. We're back. Sorry about the adverts. It's a button I need to push to turn it off somewhere. I don't know. Right, next on the list, we've got Cadbury's Buttons. Now, Buttons are simply dairy milk chocolate in small form. But unlike the Aero, where when they make the buttons small, it makes them worse, for me, the dairy milk buttons go up a level. Because for kids, they are your entry into chocolate. You have a little bag of them, and you're going around with your little buttons. You learn about sharing, because you share them, don't you? They're buttons. You don't just eat them all on your own. You share them. And they're in small... I mean, they've got to be, you know... They've got to be top tier, haven't they? They've got to be top tier. Is there anyone who could argue against buttons? Paul, I'll tell you what, Claire, Paul shouldn't hand himself in. What he should do is he should grass Emma up. That's what he'll do. Because you know what? Emma's too much of a planner. She's too much of a planner because she'll plan a way to grass him up otherwise. So they need to get in on it quick. Chocolate buttons out the fridge. Now there's a question, chocolate in the fridge or not. That's a separate question. They're staying in the A tier. Nobody's argued against it. Only a couple of people with the B, but you can't give me a proper argument why it's not going in the A tier. It's got to be in the A tier. Freddos should be on the list. Yes, they are on the list. We'll do Freddos next. And again, I don't personally go for a Freddo. Yeah? I'm a grown-up. But I see Freddos flying off the shelves in the tuck shops around the countries for the last 20 years. Since the Freddo came around, I remember it being a Taz. Wasn't it a Taz? What was a Taz? Anyway, 10p, a little bit of chocolate. Oh, it's gone up now. It's more expensive now. But come on, Freddos. That's going in. We need to start populating the A-list. And you've got to consider that for children, the Freddo is the supreme. It's the most easy, small, substantial enough, cheap. There's so much going for the Freddo. Apparently Paul's chocolate bar was called Drifter, says Bren. We've had that in chat before, I think, but yeah, good one. Paul likes a Drifter. Freddo's okay, but for kids, so should we knock it down to B tier? Because we're all grown-ups. Right, next, Drifter. The Drifter. Ooh, I tell you what. Freddo's knocked out of the top tier, but Drifter, A-, yeah, A- maybe for Freddo. But Drifter now. Kit Kat will be on the list, don't worry. There's 100 of these on the list, so we've got to get through them all. Drifter has got to be an A tier, hasn't it? You can get a caramel Freddo. Maybe that's the one that gets into the A tier. Drifter, again, like the Boost, I'm going back to my school days, and I'm saying, if I bought myself a Drifter, not only is there an extra finger, so, you know, when you're at school and you have to share your chocolate, you remember when you come back from the tuck shop and everyone's like, oh, what have you got? Oh, can I have a bit? Or whatever. Yeah, all right, you can have a bit of Drifter. One stick can be shared, the other stick's just for me. So you've got that, that's a bonus. And then on top of it, it's substantial, it's chewy, it takes you a while to get through. People are not happy about the Drifter placement now. They want the Drifter down to B as well. I could accept it. It's not quality in terms of luxury, and it's not decadent maybe, but for me as a choice, like there were things that outweighed anything else, and for me Drifter was like, it was filling. People don't like the wafer based choc. Okay, it's going to drop down. I'll listen to you. Karamak. Now somebody in chat tell me, where does Karamak belong? A for Drifter, says Ellie. See, the problem with that, I agree with you, Ellie, A for Drifter. The problem is not everyone agrees. And what I'm looking for in an A tier chocolate is a lot of agreement. There could be one or two that don't like it, but basically total agreement. And there's a lot of people that are disagreeing with the Drifter. The Drifter fans are coming back into force now. They're coming back into force. Curtin Lee says, in October 2018, Drifter, which was at the time being produced at the Nestle Forden factory in Newcastle upon Tyne, was discontinued by Nestle due to low customer demand. So, right, yeah, Drifter can't make it then. It's a shame. But Karamak, tell me, I'm not telling you, you tell me, Karamak. How is this? I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I don't understand people's tastes. Maybe that's just me. I'm shocked. Are you not shocked seeing these different letters in chat? The Karamak for me is a super tier beyond. It redefined what a chocolate item experience could be. Oh, it's quite thin. I don't want that. I want a more substantial bar. Oh, it's not even chocolate, like, dark brown chocolatey chocolate. It's more like a sort of Milky Bar sort of, non-chocolate chocolate, like a candy chocolate, isn't it? It hasn't got, there's chocolate that doesn't have any chocolate in. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, so I'm like, nah, not for me. And then you eat it and you're like, oh my God. Karamak. Too sugary, they're saying in chat. Too sickly. That's why there's only a little bit of it. So when you only get a little Karamak, thin. But the sensation, the taste sensation, for some that's the hallowed ground. But for others, like people are saying in chat, it's like Marmite. It seems to polarise. The Karamak seems to polarise. Doesn't it? So it cannot occupy that A tier slot, which is a real weird one for me. But I don't think it belongs in C tier chocolate. I just don't. I think there were game changers. There was BC before Karamak and AD after Dime, wasn't there? Before Karamak and after Dime. There was... You know what I mean? There were changes in chocolate. And with that, there's the Dime bar. You want to put it in the top tier, don't you? But there will be some people, I'm sure, in chat who won't want the Dime bar to be in the top tier. So that's going to have to be a B as well. But for me, again, these two sit next to each other as specialist niche chocolate. That if that's your thing, that is the thing. And Gandalf says that AD's banned from going live. Oh, man. Like, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Do you want a little thought break about that for a second, right? Just quickly get out my Twitter. I just wanted to say, like, I need to make this maybe as a point, but I don't really want to make it as a big point. But there's an interesting thing that I know about that maybe not everyone thinks about. But there's that chuffer with the free speech chuffer. Someone else called him out about it the other day, right? But what's interesting to me is that they're saying he's banned off the old tubes, yeah? You get your video removed from YouTube because mods are posting links, is what's said. I don't know if that's true. But if you're posting content that goes against the community guidelines in terms of links, the guidelines are quite strict. But spam is not on the guidelines. The guidelines, you've got to do one of these bullet points to get yourself banned, right? One of these bullet points. So check out these bullet points and see if you think he might have done any of these, or some people in his chat or whatever. Links to pornography, nobody allows it. Links to websites or apps that install malware. So you don't want malware installed on your computer, like hacking. Links to websites or apps phishing for a user's login credentials, financial information. So I don't think he's a hacker, but is he trying to get your login credentials and financial information? Because that would get him banned. Links to websites or other information technology that give unauthorized access to audio content, audio visual content, full video games software. So piracy of video games and stuff. Links to websites that seek to raise funds or recruit for terrorists. He's not doing that, is he? Links to sites that contain child sex abuse. Yeah, like not that. Links to sites selling items noted in the regulated goods guidelines. So you're not allowed to sell things that are regulated, like obviously drugs and stuff like that, yeah? Links to content that would violate hate harassment policies if uploaded to YouTube. Is he harassing and hateful? Links to content encouraging others to commit violent acts. Links to content that spread medical misinformation. Links to websites that spread misleading, deceptive content that can cause serious risk of egregious harm, such as interfering with the democratic process. So one of these things is guilty because the violation, but which one? You pick. They're all awful. I just thought I'd put that out there because people seem to think it was for spam. But yeah, back to the chocolate. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Back to my chocolate. Everyone's happy with the list at the moment. This is going to be a confusing one. Celebrations. What do you think about celebrations? Using other people's music, Louise, doesn't get you violated copyright off like that. Doesn't get you violated. It just doesn't get you violated copyright like that. You get like a you can't monetize it. That's all. Peaklet Jog says, have I heard Paul was drunk fighting with a female at his home? Police were called. Dime bar, please. Dime bar. I have not heard that. No, I know there was a welfare check, of course, but we don't know any further than that, do we? And there's a lot of rumours, and I don't go with rumours. So until things are established as facts, I don't go with them. And there's a lot of people who are keen to, oh, this sounds interesting, this sounds juicy, but no, until it's an actual fact, can't go with it. Everyone hates the celebrations. They're going down in a sea. I don't know why. I'd have put them up a lot higher, but everyone seems to hate them. Poppets should be on the list, I believe. Maria, don't worry. Next is a really controversial one, which I'm going to put in A tier to start with, and you argue me down. The chocolate cigarette. The chocolate cigarette. Argue me down from A tier. When I was a kid, you were like James Dean. You didn't know who James Dean was, but you were like him with your chocolate cigarettes. You got to eat them as well. They come in that cool package. I mean, it's not like it made me a smoker later on in life. I mean, there's any negatives to that, is there? But obviously they're going to have to go down at the bottom, aren't they? What a shitter. D tier, chocolate cigarettes, D tier. Because, right? Because D tier is, you like the Aztec bar. Someone finally, nobody else has eaten one, so we had to put it in the D tier. Chocolate cigarettes have got to go in the D tier because of ethical concerns, but otherwise they were one of my favourite things as a kid. But then learning later on in life that they were probably my soft entry into smoking, and the chocolate was never that good, and I used to eat the paper. I mean, yeah, D tier. These days I'm not hunting out the chocolate cigarette. Do you remember the Pink Panther candy sticks? They were good as well, weren't they? But they are not chocolate. I'm going to leave the Christmas tree stuff for late. I'm going to do that late as like a late entry. Chomp. Where'd you like your chomp? Where'd you like your chomp? Topic's going to be on the list, Bad Gambler. Don't worry. It will be on the list. Should be. If it's not, we'll add it. Don't worry. Topic should be on the list. I hope it is. I mentioned it. It's there. Yeah, it's there. It's down there. Don't worry. Topic's on the list. Somebody needs to talk me out of putting chomp on A tier. I used to get annoyed by them when I was a kid, actually. Maybe not. Maybe B tier. I used to get annoyed because if Freddo's not going top tier, they're not going top tier. Maybe D tier. Maybe C tier. C tier. Chomp. We'll put Topic on next. We'll do Topic next, all right? Chomp is getting a lot of C's. Some B's. Now, I want you to tell me higher or lower than a Chomp, a C tier. I used to think they were good because they were 10p, but maybe I was confused because I was a kid and I only had 10p. And I wouldn't choose it with my last 10p. I'd choose a Tazo or a Freddo. Revels should be on the list. Don't worry, don't worry. The list there's loads of these pictures down here. Look, there's Revels. There's the big list. It's on there. It's all there. Don't worry. It's all there. AAA plus for Chomp. AAA plus for Chomp. Some B's. I've got it in C. I want higher or lower than a C. I'm going to resist the push to go higher unless we get a real glut of hires in chat. because there's a lot of contradictory opinion in chat about the chomp, and my feel on it, just my feel, instinct now, is looking at that B list. I don't see the chomp sitting well with that B list. I mean, you've got a Karamak and a Dime Bar and then a chomp. Come on, they're not the same. Chomp's lower than that. I know there's 10p restriction on it, but like, you know, chomp's lower than that, man. We're starting to see where things sit now, aren't we? We're starting to see this B list is confidently a strong chocolate choice. And the C list is, and the D list, but the A list, ooh, and the vegan list, So I think chomp goes C. If you want me to put another set of criteria, you know, we need to have an A plus and a C minus, then we can start to expand out these things. But at the moment, it's sitting firmly in C for me. And C for chomp. Very good point, Sally, as well. C for chomp. So I'm really happy with that. Whereas the crunch is a level above, isn't it? I'm going to start adding the new ones at this end so that it makes it clear which ones are the new ones. Except I can't. There it is. The new ones there. So crunch B tier. Did they used to have green boost? What was in a green boost? Crunch is B tier. Just simply by looking at that, I can tell now that crunch is B tier. I'm not going to argue. Don't think we should have any arguments. The crunchy, now we can have an argument. I want my crunchy on the C tier. And I'll tell you for why, right? I feel like I don't get enough chocolate and I get too much of that sugar stuck around my teeth. I feel like initially the crunchy feels like a really good idea. But then when I'm halfway through it, I'm like, oh, I'm not quite getting my chocolate fix. And A tier for crunchy. People like that crunchy. It's pushed its way up. It's pushed its way up into the B tier now, and when it does so, it expands the B tier because look, you can't fit all the pictures on. So I'll just pull it out a bit longer like that. But eventually, it will. It'll expand and they'll distort. It's into B. Crunchy can't go in A. It surely can't go in A. Crunchy ice creams are good. You're right, Lottie. I would put a crunchy all. I'd take a crunchy and I'd smash it with the back of a knife and I'd put it all over my spaghetti bolognese. But I probably wouldn't put. It can't go into A. Minimum B says. Okay, I'll listen to. You know, the crowd has spoken. We are going to leave it in B. A lot of people say C, but I'm going to accept that a lot of people wanted that pushed up. So we won't go as far as A. And there's calls for an A. We won't go as far as A, so we'll leave it where it is. Next, we've got, and I'm going to start being picky because I want some of these to come in at the end, to be guessed at the end. But we'll go with the dairy milks now. These should be, for me, quite solidly B tier. And you'd have to make an argument for me if it's A tier and Dairy Milk Caramel. If Galaxy Caramel is B tier, is Dairy Milk Caramel also B tier? That's the question for you. Or does Dairy Milk Caramel go higher up? I mean, that's the one with the rabbit on the advert, that one. See you in a bit, B-Clet Jog, yeah. You're going to Stonehenge Tuesday. That should be good. That should be awesome, actually. I'd like to go to Stonehenge and take some pictures and show us them in the Discord. See if you can push one of the rocks over. They'll be well cross. You've got an A tier, B tier, C, Dairy Milk A, B's and A's, B's, A's. You see, this is a tight run thing, this one. I'm going to have to do a poll for this one. Start a poll. This is Dairy Milk, but carrot, like, you know, dairy. I don't have to. You know what it is? Caramel, Dairy Milk Caramel, and the poll is it A or is it B? It's in one of those two. I'm not giving you a third option. There is no. I don't know why I added it. I'll just write third option, but don't vote for it because it's not official. We need to know A or B. Dairy milk caramel. There's a vote now. There's a poll in chat. So we're getting serious with this one. Because I'm feeling A, hard line. But unless you can vote me down, like, I'm feeling A, hard line. You know? Unless the vote goes and swings. Unless the vote swings. Very serious about this one. It's a better quality of chocolate than your standard dairy milk by the criteria you all said in chat. You were like, dairy milk's too boring. Da, 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 da. So now it's jazzy dairy milk. And for other people, it's got the caramel in, which is the bit their favourite. And for other people, it's not their favourite, but it's very acceptable. And it's got the rabbit on the advert. How's that poll going? What? It's going into B tier. There is simply not enough love for the A tier. And without enough love, it can't go. 20% of you voted for the third option, which I told you not to. So I don't know why you did that. It's making me hungry now. Next, fruit and nut. So by this criteria, fruit and nut, you know, tell me now, but surely fruit and nut is also a B tier chocolate then. Not everyone will love it. And the same with the whole nut. I'm a big fan of those chocolate. I thought they would all come up a lot higher. But you know, you always miss this. You were sleeping. Well, it's still on for a while. Look at all these chocolate things we've got to rank. And I have sort of promised that I'm going to read this book. So we're on for a while today. DC's and A's in chat. What are you talking about now for, though? Top tiers now. Look, what, the whole nut or the fruit and nut? I'll do them one at a time. Fruit and nut. Fruit and nut is B tier. B. The back of my hair is my hair. And the front of my hair is my wig. I mean, fruit and nut is an A tier chocolate, isn't it? It is. If you're going to be making criteria, surely, I'm surprised dairy milk and caramel didn't get in there for you, but I would, all the things I said in favour of dairy milk and caramel, I also think of a fruit and nut. Everyone's a fruit and nut cakes, crazy for the pan fruity, boy what a cutie, crunchy, crunchy almonds, they're the secret of my beauty. Yeah, A tier. Not going to listen to any more argument on that. Whole nut though, okay, B tier. Because it's not fruit and nut, it's, yeah. Is it whole nut? Whole nut, B tier, yeah. You want a poll? What do you want to? I'll start a poll. Is whole nut just for whole nut now though? Fruit and nut's in. I've settled it. Fruit and nut has got to be in. We can't have a poll for everyone because it will take absolutely forever. Whole nut. If I super glued it on, no, it's just got a little clippy in. You'll be fine. The beard though has to grow back. Don't grow my beard back. It makes me look like Cat Weasel. It just does it itself. I can't, you know, unless you faff around with it every day and like, you know, just does it itself. I should try and look presentable for you, shouldn't I, on stream? That's why I'm dressed as a monk. B tier. While that poll's going on, just quickly for everyone who's missed it. I'm a monk. That's, ladies and gentlemen, to the fighting stance, the monk. Shaolin. Shaolin! Oh no, this is not that kind of monk, is it? It's more like one of these. The cat didn't like that. The cat's only down there. She was like, what are you doing? Chill out, you nutter. Chill out. What's that? That's the wrong frame. Chill out, you nutter. Right, you've had your poll. It's a B tier chocolate. Very close. It's very close. What we could do if you were desperate, which nobody's going to be, okay, we're not doing this, but you could at the end take all of the B tier chocolate and then do another tier list with just the B tier chocolate and rank each tier within itself as a separate tier within itself, you know, like a table within a table within a table. Do you know what I mean? So you could do that. You thought I had a poltergeist then, the swivel chair. It's just that that's the room over there and I have to go in it. So I have to press the button first and then go in the room. But once I'm in the room, then I'm all right then. I'm in the room. I'm still in the room now. It's the same room. Next, we've got Curly Whirly. I'm going to put Curly Whirly as a C tier chocolate next to Chomp. But then I'm thinking you put Curly Whirly next to a Chomp and it goes up a level. Yeah? So Curly Whirly B tier. Are you really happy? Are you really happy with the Curly Whirly at B tier? Or does it need to go down a tier? Some people are going to sing its praises, but for me, chewy toffee with a bit of chocolate on top, we're starting to get outside. I know it takes a long time to eat it, but we're starting to get outside of the realm of where I feel comfortable saying I'm getting my satisfying chocolate satisfaction. You think Dime's in the wrong place? B tier. Dime and Karamak got voted. And it's Swedish, so it's not even British, so it can fuck off, really. What are we saying for the Curly Whirly? They want it higher. Not an A. Not an A. Some people are saying C for the Curly Whirly. I'm happy to leave it in a B unless I get like a... Oh, there's a lot of C's in there. But there's also some A's. So to keep it balanced, we'll have it as a B. Yeah? It's not everyone's cup of tea. It's a very individual, very niche kind of chocolate. But overall, it's getting a B. So I think we'll go with the B. Next is Double Decker. And there's no argument here. Double Decker goes next to the Boost as one of the what do I want to say? Like the great kings of tuck shop chocolate, the Double Decker. It's king and queen, Boost and Decker. It may be even A tier, super tier, but it's not vegan. But Double Decker, man, you can't. Come on, Double Decker. No, Double Decker's an A. It's not a B, it's an A. Double Decker, it's an A. So like, all that crunchy biscuity base, and then it's got all that like slightly chocolatey fondant, and then it's got chocolate, and it takes you ages to eat it. And you have a double decker on the way. If you're walking back from the games field and you eat a double decker, you're still not finished when you get back to school. You can't eat a double decker in class because it's like too chewy, Mintcake says. Because it's so chewy. Oh, double decker. But they don't like it. So I will allow you. I'm the bishop and you're just the people in the church, essentially. So I shouldn't allow you to anything. I'm in charge. But no, we'll let it go down. We'll drop it down to a B. I think that's nuts. And if I can't have Curly Whirly there next to it. Curly Whirly's going down to a C because Double Decker's too good to sit next to Curly Whirly. Double Decker can sit next to Drifter and stuff like that. Starting to lose them off the edge now, but don't worry, they're on there. You know, you do exactly Bad Gambler. Double Decker's a triple A. I think I don't know if anyone's worked as a roofer or a builder or anything like that, but if you go into the supermarket at lunchtime and you're a builder or a roofer, you're eating the Double Decker. You're picking the most substantial filling meal that you can get in a chocolate bar. It's the Double Decker. They don't like it. It's going down. It's going lower. It's gone now. It's dropped. It's gone lower. We've got to get through these, so I'm going to start taking them from the bottom. Hello. Why are you taking them from the bottom? Look, I said Yorkie. Standard Yorkie. Standard Yorkie now. Standard Yorkie. It's a very, like, you know, it's a very big chocolate bar, that is. Toffee Crisp should be on the list. If it's not, then we've had an oversight. So we'll address it at some juncture. Yes, it is on the list. Don't worry. It is. Yorkie. No, I'm surprised if Double Decker's not an A, Yorkie must be. Yorkie's above the Double Decker. What, the Hen's a builder? So you know what I'm talking about. You eat double deckers over like little flimsy Caramacs, don't you? Because you're doing all that exertive work, and then you're like, oh, I'm hungry for a nice substantial chocolate bar. I'll have a double decker. Yorkie's A tier. Would it be good to fit chocolate roof tiles? Only if you've got yourself a nice sugar hammer to bang them in with. Some people are saying D. I can't have that, Sally. It's not a D. It's not. It's just not. Chocolate. You got another advert, Mimi. I'm going to have to try and find where to switch that off from, because that's ridiculous that you're having that many adverts. Yorkie's an A. It's staying an A. Curtain Lease has not had an advert, so that's a weird thing. So maybe it's YouTube messing about, experimenting with something. There is a button for me somewhere on like one of the buttons somewhere. Like it's got what kind of adverts when and like you can say, oh, put them in the middle of my stream. And obviously I'm never clicking that because that would be a bad idea. So it's not like there's like if I had like 1 million people, then I'd run an advert quickly and I'd get maybe some money. But for like the smaller number like we're doing today, it just puts people off. So it'd be like against my practice to put it in. So was there a red Yorkie? There certainly is. The red Yorkie itself. I'm sticking with A. I'm not even asking you for these two. I think they both have to live in the A tier, surely. B for being sexist. When was I sexist? Oh, the Yorkie was sexist. It's a man's chocolate, not girls. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Fuck you, Yorkie. Fuck you. In fact, fuck you, Yorkie. What are you doing? Yeah, the advert. Sorry. I'll still eat you, but I am actually, like, literally shocked at, it's not for girls. Like, that's stupid. Or are you saying tier for you're saying the adverts, you've all got adverts on your stream. You're not talking about the Yorkie advert. You're talking about the fact you've got an advert on your stream. I wonder if I can find my settings now. I wonder if there's something I can do now. I can go to edit. I can go to customization, monetization. Live ad settings. Automatically place mid-roll ads during your stream. Turn that off. Save. That's okay. I found it and I've turned it off. So hopefully it will stop doing that. It's chuffing YouTube. Cadbury Dream next. That's just going straight into the D tier. We don't need to discuss it, do we? It's white chocolate. Cadbury Dream. Do you want that into the D tier? Yorkie's really good, yeah, but the advert was not for girls. From now on, right, tell me from now on if you get an advert, because I've just literally gone into the settings and turned that off. So there can be no more adverts. And if there is, I'll be super cross. Because usually when I start a stream, I don't even have to turn it off. Usually it's just off. But apparently it was on. I think now the auto setting for YouTube is on. And you have to specifically tell it to be off. You've never had a Cadbury Dream? No, nor should you. Why would you? Why would you want a Cadbury Dream? You're going to buy a chocolate bar because you want your lovely chocolate bar. And here's one with all of the chocolatey goodness removed. And it's just the white bit and the sugar. Just, come on. Put that in the D tier. The flake. The standard flake. You like your adverts, had a hench bloke in it. Emma White doing her Emma White now, she's popular getting the advertising work for Under Armour. When you're out in the field, doing heavy lifting, you need what was it? Under Armour. You need clothes and a hat. When you're in your work meeting, when you're doing your sex with your illicit lover, A tier for flake. No one else is arguing. Hang on. Are you busy in your work meeting? Yeah. Don't tell her. Oh, my microphone now is starting to wobble around because I keep moving it. Don't. Stay where you are, you fucker. Have you eaten any chocolate or received any eggs? No and no. I haven't got any eggs, no. And I haven't eaten any chocolate. No. It's a bit of a shame, actually, isn't it? Might have a chocolatey drink later on. Might put a spoon of cocoa in my Nesquik. No, not Nesquik. I was confused because I was thinking of Nesquik, but obviously Nesquik. I've got cocoa in the cupboard. Cadbury's bought, you know what I mean. Cake cocoa. It's all going downhill now. Where was I? Work meeting. Yes, that's right. Flake is A tier. Nobody needs to argue. Flake is an A tier. Next, though, the snowflake. The snowflake. For a while there, everyone was banging back the snowflakes. What's that? It's a new flake. A new flake? What do you mean? It's like a galaxy ripple, but with white chocolate, with chocolate around it. I'll try that. And then after a while, it's gone. Not so popular. White chocolate flake. Yeah. But can I have my normal flake now? After that? D tier, yeah? D tier. We're saying D tier because it's white chocolate, yeah? Right, it sits next to all this other weird shit. Could we have a competition with the work meeting? No one's angry about the D tier for the flake. Yeah, no, yeah. Everyone's happy with that. We'll start with something a bit more controversial now. Then, right? What do you think about the fries chocolate cream? Now they're here as mint, standard, and orange all in one picture there, and I'm happy to grade them all together because I don't know what the fuck's going on. The fries cream, I believe it's vegan. So if I'm looking at all this chocolate on the shelf and I can't eat any of it, but I can eat that, I'm like, wow, that's good, I'll eat that. I believe it's vegan. Anyone else want to tell me where to rank the fries chocolate? Because some people were quite passionate about this. Where do you rank the fries mint cream, the fries cream thing? Where do you rank that? It's quite important in the big list to sort out the whole list. It's quite important that we get that in a work meeting. Everyone seems like happy with it. There's a couple of D's. Izzy and Caroline are saying it's a D. But Linda's dropped it a B. Gorillas has dropped it AAA. Lottie's has dropped it an A. Wen's giving it an A. Gail's giving it an E. There's no V. Can't just start going down the alphabet. Fucking F, J, K, L, P, Q, S, all the others. It's just... Some people really don't like it. I think it'll stay. I think what we'll do is we'll leave it where it is up there at vegan. Because some people really don't like it, but it is vegan, and some people really like it. So to start trying to find it a place down here is really difficult. It seems to sit either at the D tier, something different on its own, what the fuck is that? Or it sits on the super tier vegan. But to be honest, is it super tier? Maybe not. Maybe it's not super tier. Maybe it goes D tier. Well, I'm gonna put it to the vote. Although this is a really tough one. This is polarizing. So not Q&A. No, I'm gonna put it to a vote. Start a poll. We'll do another poll. Fries, just fries, and yes or no. That's the poll. No is bottom of the list D tier. Yes is top tier vegan. It's a really hard one to rank. So I just want to know where you want to put it. And we'll just put it where the majority want it to go. And the rest of us will know secretly that it goes in the other category. That's the only way we'll be able to do that. I should have limited it to chocolate bars, yeah. We'll do the chocolate boxes at the end. You're right, they are assortments. We'll rank them at the end, I think, amongst specialist stuff. But I think anything that you can go into Dylan's, and like there it is in the chocolate bit, and it's mainly chocolate item. And if you want to spend a bit extra, you can buy yourself a box of chocolate. Yeah, like it's got to be there on the list. But your telly's behind my phone. You voted in the poll before you told me about it. We're getting a lot of yes. I'm seeing a lot more yes than no. So it's going up there in vegan. That's it, done. We don't need to fuck about any more than that. End the poll. We don't need to fuck about any more than that. It's only a chocolate bar. Get back in the car. Yeah, but I want my... get back in the car. It's a chocolate bar. Stop messing about. Yeah, but I dropped you out of the window and I want my... Sorry. Started to just entertain myself there. Get back in the car. Get back in the car. Yeah, but I dropped out of the window and I think I should go and get back in the car now. We're going now. If you don't get back in the car, I'll leave you here in this car park. Yeah, but I want my chocolate. I left it over there. I dropped it in the dead. So what are we doing now? Fudge. Finger of fudge. Finger of fudge is just enough to give the girls a treat, which is why I feel it should sit down there in C tier next to Chomp. Because it's just enough, but not enough really. So dropping it down there in the C tier. We're starting a new bit on the C tier now. Chomp is there. So fudge is there, yeah? Finger of fudge. It's a lovely little chocolate bar. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a nice little chocolate bar. It's mainly fudge, as it says on the wrapper. So it's not chocolate really. And it's just enough. It's not a ludicrously strange thing like an Aero mint ball. It's a fudge. It's classic British. Fudge. Yeah, I'm happy with fudge there. The Fry's Turkish Delight. Surely this is an A-tier chocolate. Forget the fudge. You can say what you like about fudge. I've put it in there now. It can't go above those other chocolate bars. You can't put fudge above double decker. It simply can't happen. And it can't really sit next to it. A big bar of dairy milk or a fudge. Get lost. It's going in C tier. It's full of Cadbury goodness. It certainly is. It's staying in C tier. The Turkish Delight though. Wise Flake. That's the snowflake in the D tier. The snowflake. The strange flake. That's why that's down there. The good flake's up there in the A tier. Don't worry. There's your flake. What about the Turkish Delight though? A lot of A's. A lot of A's. I think it has to stay in the A tier. I think when my nan used to, like, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes get a chocolate item, she would go for the Turkish Delight. And I think it's got a special luxurious quality to it. It's like jelly as well, and everyone likes jelly. Some people hate Turkish Delight, but I'm feeling fruity. I'm leaving it in the A tier. I'm leaving it in the A tier. I feel like the vote would go that way as well. There's a lot of people who like a Turkish Delight. You can't always buy it. If you've only got one choice, it might not be your choice because it's not chocolate enough. But the Turkish Delight is special. I think it's staying there. Next, we've got Galaxy. Now, how can anyone argue Galaxy can go higher up than Dairy Milk? It's beyond me, but tell me. Do Galaxy and Dairy Milk sit next to each other? It's got a perfumey taste. Maybe so, Gail, but slightly rose-watery, isn't it? Maybe so. But that's part of its Eastern promise. That's part of its mystique. Like a powdery Fanny. Yeah, not the powdery one. This is the chocolate one with the chocolate on the outside. I don't know Fanny's taste of Eastern mystique. Not big enough, says the bishop. That's true. That's true. You do feel sometimes that luxury comes at a cost in terms of size and volume. But if I put the boost on there simply because I feel it's substantial, I think the Turkish Delight is on the same spectrum. It's not fulfilling enough, but it's so luxurious. So it's still there on the A tier. Galaxy chocolate is better than Cadbury's now, someone says. So lots of people say it's not as good. Does it sit next to it? Galaxy's out of this. People like the Galaxy. I'm going to give you a vote for the Galaxy, but I think it's a strange one to vote on because I don't think really. I'm not letting you put it in A tier. Like simply a bar of Galaxy. So I'm going to give you B tier, C tier. I think it's got to sit somewhere there. I can't let you have A tier. I simply can't. Not next to. Oh, maybe it can go next to a Yorkie. Maybe it can. Maybe the Galaxy can make it into the A tier. We'll put it in whatever the vote goes with, and then we'll say higher or lower. That's what we'll do. Galaxy's a tough one, isn't it? It's not tough for this poll. Ending the poll quick because it's so straightforward. The poll is in. The poll said Galaxy was a B tier chocolate for sure. So now the question is. Another poll. Galaxy higher or lower? A tier or B tier? I can't believe we're going to give it the option, but now the new poll is out. A tier is on the table. for Galaxy. A tier is on the table for Galaxy. Unbelievable if it makes it, because it's up there with Yorkie, Dairy Milk, Fruit and Nut, Turkish Delight, Buttons, Flake and Boost. And it's simply a standard chocolate bar. Whatever people didn't like about Dairy Milk, I don't know why they like more about Galaxy Standard. Like they said, Dairy Milk was not an A tier because it's too plain. But there's a chance for Galaxy. There is a chance. The vote is close. Only 10% in it. So if you're feeling fruity and you want to make sure that that poll swings the way you feel, now's the time. Turkish Delight in A, what's happened here? It just has a special place for me, Kevin. I know it's polarising. We can discuss it. We can look over the list at the end and see if there's any real anomalies, and it might stand out as an anomaly, but I don't think it sits with the rest of that B tier stuff. I wouldn't pick it over the rest of the B tier stuff. Like, I'd pick all that B tier stuff over it, but it's still A tier. It's a weird one for me. The poly's in. The poly's close, but Galaxy is staying in the B tier. And therefore the Galaxy Ripple is also a B tier chocolate then. The Fringe needs to be more what? The Fringe is alright. I'm happy just to drop the Galaxy Ripple in there as a it's not as good as a Flake. It's simply not. But it's not as bad as a Chomp. I'm leaving it there. We're starting to get some stuff on the list now, right? Oh, look, there's a Yorkie there, Not For Girls version. Okay, look, Not For Girls version is going in D tier. We can drop that in there, and we can leave the Yorkie where it is. But the Not For Girls version, that's D tier because of its poor marketing. We're now starting to get where I'm going to try and pick out all the bars, and then we'll go over some of the weirder shit. So next is a Twirl. I think it sits very comfortably next to Galaxy Ripple in B tier. I don't think we need a lot of conversation about that. I think we're happy that these things are B tier, yeah, the Twirl. I think we're happy that, or are we? The Whisper is also B tier. People want the Ripple in A. People want the Ripple in A. I'll pop it up there. I suppose if you like the Flake and you like the Ripple, Ripple is a straw for hot chocolate. Angel has swayed me. You have swayed me. You can also use the Twirl as a straw for hot chocolate if you want. What about your Twirl then? What about your Twirl? And your Whisper? Twirl is A. Really? Whisper is A. I'm really confused, right? Because Dairy Milk, to me, a Whisper is a Dairy Milk, but you get slightly less of it because they've made it all bubbly. Twirls are cheap and nasty, says Angel. I'm popping the Twirl back down to a B because of some dissent. The Whisper is allowed to stay up there in A. I'll tell you for why. My granddad would have a Whisper. And I think there's people out there that recognise Whisper as like an old bastion. You know, an old British classic, the Whisper. The Twirl, not so much. The Twirl's a bit more modern. There's a lot of different conversation in chat about both of these, so there's going to be people happy and unhappy either way. So I'm going to leave them just like that for now. I think one of them made it, the other one didn't. You know, what can we say about that? Audrey's in chat with the chocolate cucumber. They used to make chocolate cigarettes. Chocolate cucumbers. What about the Whisper Gold? If Whisper's an A tier, is the Whisper Gold also an A tier? Or does the Whisper Gold... I'm going to ask this as a poll. Whisper Gold... A or B. I just need the poll to settle that for me, because I would have it as an A tier myself, but I got a feeling that it's not going to make it. The Whisper Gold. Everything is A. Chocolate is welcome when you have the munch on. That's true. It's all situational. Chocolate is situational. But which chocolate do you want when you've got the munch on most? You know, which chocolate do you most want when you've got the munch on? A tier, the B tier. A tier, the B tier. The B tier is well ahead, I would say. It's quite close, but I'd say strongly and comfortably ahead the B tier here. Those that want to vote have voted, so I'm going to end the poll because that's the popular opinion, and we're going to leave it in B. We're starting to get, you see how now these pictures down here are starting to get onto, we've got a few classics, but we're starting to get onto the more, abstract options. So we'll do the classics, I think, and then we'll get onto some of these really interesting abstract options. The Secret down there is an interesting one, the Walnut Whip. And we'll do Marathon and Snickers. We'll put Snickers as B tier solid, and Marathon is probably one up from it, isn't it? What do you think? Are you happy with that as a concept? Nice pun, Audrey. I see you in chat. People arguing over the last piece of orange chocolate. Terrifying. Terrifying. I get it. Wonka bar. I don't think I've ever had one. I didn't know they actually existed. I'd be afraid in case it might be pedos. Why do I say these things? Get me banned off the internet. If someone's like, "Oh, I've got you a real Willy Wonka bar off the film," I'll be, "Have you?" Don't know about that Willy Wonka. He seemed like a wrong un to me. The Snickers and the Marathon are basically the same, but one of them's got Marathon written on it and is the actual British classic, and the other one had to come into line with international standard and be called the Snickers, and no one in England knew what Snickers meant and what the fuck. But Marathon we all understood, and it had an advert already that existed. So Marathon is the real one, and Snickers is like this cheap imitator, this imposter. And then all of a sudden we look around the world and everyone is using Snickers, and like we're the only ones that use Marathon, and like we're the ones with the cheap and weird imposter. So you can just get off it. They are the same, but Snickers is, yeah, we're having an A and a B then, because Snickers is an A tier chocolate. There's no way it's not, is it? Like the Marathon, sorry. Like there's no way it's not. It's peanuts and yummy and like up there with the Boost, filling. It sets out its stall, says you're going to get a nice big wodge of like peanuts and chocolate and whatever else is in there, the caramel and the nougat, and like you're going to get that, and it's going to be wrapped in chocolate. And when you've eaten it, you're going to feel like you've eaten a chocolate bar. And then you eat it and you're like, definitely this for me. All of this. Peanuts, yes, tick. Caramel, tick. Eating it, feel full like I've eaten a chocolate bar, tick. Like, it fulfills its obligations 100%. There's no messing about with the Marathon. And they did that Marathon ice cream. Do you remember the Marathon ice cream bar? We're not grading that. No, but that was particularly nice as well. So that's staying in. I can't not let it be there. The Lion, just one step down maybe. Just on that B tier. It's going to be a controversial choice here, the Lion, but too much wafer and nougat, not enough substantial Lion bar, but still quite a substantial Lion bar. Prince Andy says a B because it potentially it could kill somebody. Yeah, allergy. If you need allergy advice, it's solid. Milky Bar's on there. Don't worry, we can do that next if you want. We'll do Milky Bar next. As long as everyone's happy with a B tier for Lion Bar. I'm getting one person in chat. Jay says Lion A. Are we getting anyone that is angry about the Lion Bar? We have got Bounty on the list. We have got it. I'll go through them all at the end as well. The Lion, I like the Lion. I do like the Lion Bar. I also like a Drifter, and I also like a Dairy Milk and a Galaxy Caramel and a like Crunchy. So I think about right, but I don't think it can make it onto that A tier list for reasons stated. Too much wafer. I'll tell you what I did like, is they were disorganised, chaotic on the outside of the bar. The exterior of the bar wasn't smooth and it was all bobbly and knobbly, wasn't it? Like chaotic and, peanut Lion Bar though. Yeah, that should go in. Peanut Lion Bar's very nice. But again, the balance of the Peanut Lion Bar, whilst you got the concept right, if you put it before Gordon Ramsay, he's going to say, look, the peanut itself, the peanut butter is a little bit claggy and doughy and a bit soft and a bit like the peanut bar actual consistency. There's something slightly off with it. Could get a bit better. They could tweak it and make it slightly better. You could have a gourmet Lion Bar that was really bang on. So I don't think it could be an A tier. But Audrey asks, what do you call a mummy dipped in chocolate? Ferrero Rocher. That's an A tier. You wanted your Milky Bar. Will anyone else argue in chat that the Milky Bar must, by merit of being small and for kids, sit next to the Chomp and the Fudge on a C tier, and it hasn't got chocolate really, it's milky? Or are you going to get eggy about that little chuffer in his glasses and the adverts, and you had them when you were kids and they need to be B tier? Absolute zero. We've had a conversation about it on stream. I've literally gone into the settings and turned off the adverts. So I'm not doing it. It's annoying, and it makes me feel like I should turn on the adverts if they're going to keep happening, because why should I not make the money that YouTube are obviously making from doing the adverts, which I'm not getting because I've turned off the adverts. Yeah. Where's the picnic? We haven't done it yet. We'll get the picnic out. One at a time. Eggy got to be an A. Okay, right. We're gonna do. This is going to be the widest ranging poll yet. Milky Bar. Are the Milky Bars on me? Right. A tier. B tier. Add an option. C tier. I'll even give you the option of D tier, but I don't think it is. Just ask you. Got hairs tickling down my face now, and they're not my hairs. They're sewn out of nylon. So, I mean, that's a huge. Milky Bar is a huge ranging poll there. Could go any way, that could. This is like being at the horses, isn't it? Milky Bar, and the Milky Bar is coming up first, and then there's Drifter, and then there's Drifter, and then it's Milky Bar, and then it's Milky Bar, and coming around the outside is Dairy Milk, and coming around the outside is Dairy Milk. Dairy Milk now Yorkie from nowhere. Yorkie's taking a tumble. I'm gonna have to shoot Yorkie in the head, not the jockey, just the horse, which is a massive shame. Oh, I lost my £5. Oh yeah, the horse got shot. Glue factory. Glue factory around the outside. It's glue factory around the outside. A. Unbelievable. A and B are nip and tuck here. Nip and tuck. It's neck and neck for A and B. 33-28. Unbelievable. Such a close poll. The Milky Bar. The Milky Bars are on you in chat. Are indeed, because the Milky Bar is gonna. The Milky Bar is gonna leapfrog the B tier and land in I mean, it's a very close poll. It's enough to get you elected into the House of Chuffing Commons, I imagine. Landslide majority of like 3%. But I mean, thing is, B and C are getting hard pull as well. So I know the poll looks like at the top is A tier, so it should go in the A tier, but it doesn't have to be like that, because this B and C tier, if you add them together, override the A tier. So I think it's getting pulled this way. But now people are starting to really flood the A list again. They're really strongly on that. I think they might be making second accounts so they can have a double vote in the poll. Louise said they had their eyes closed. You thought I meant Milky Way. No, this is Milky Bar. This is Milky Bar. We should have we've got Milky Way on the list. This is Milky Way. You can change your vote, but the Milky Bar is now an A tier chocolate. I don't know how. I suppose just like the Turkish Delight, the Milky Bar, for me is not my favourite. For some others, not their favourite choice, but sits next to Buttons, I suppose, as being a child fan favourite. End poll. End the poll before it gets out of hand. I think it needs to be with Animal Chomp and Fudge. You're right. I agree with you. They don't in the poll. Gonna have to go with the poll. That's how we've got ourselves into this mess. Next, Milky Way. Sorry, Milky Way. I think that is top tier chocolate. Oh, what Milky Way? Not really. It's secondary to the Mars bar. It's secondary to the other, but it's been there forever. And sometimes the Milky Way is the right one. Milky Ways are pointless, says Kerry. I know. I'm thinking about it as well. I'm thinking about it like it's a big bar of nothing, and it's like your Milky Way and your Mars bar, they sit next to each other, don't they? The Milky Way, the Snickers and the Mars bar, and the Milky Way is worse than the other two. So maybe it has to go down the list. C. It's hard going. Like eating air. Lol. Too small. No, yeah, okay. I'll go with the vibe now, and I'm going to put it in C. Because I just think there's something about it being a classic, classic. But then I'm thinking Mars bar has to go in B, or is it A? Is Mars bar B or A? We can shift Milky Way about in a bit. Was Milky Way brown inside years ago? I think they did a special edition. We're all brown inside. We all bleed brown. Look, Mars bar. Mars bar, yeah. Mars bar, A. Red Dark Bounty isn't vegan, as it has milk in the ingredients. Right. That's C list. Mars bar is so, like, it doesn't matter if it's your favourite chocolate bar, yeah? It's like saying, is bread good, isn't it? Like, they had the work, rest and play thing, so you got to feel that you were eating something that was good for you in some way, even though it was just psychological manipulation, and in no way was it good for you. I can't have an argument with this. Mars has got to stay in the A tier. You can't put a Mars bar next to a Drifter and say they're about the same, can you? So it's got to be in the A tier. And so with that, that's the same with the other one that we were just looking at, the Milky Way. You can't put Milky Way next to some of this, really, I don't think. It's staying in the C list. We're starting to get some clarity here. There's some really interesting ones on this list now, right? Twix. Certainly an A tier, yeah? Twix. Certainly an A tier. It's got a lot of biscuit. It's a different kind of animal, but it's an A tier chocolate. It's classic. It's the Twix. There's nobody that's not happy with the Twix. You can share them. It's got the stick factor. Twix. I'm going to push through these. I think these are just solid. You know, nobody needs to argue with these. I think they're so solid that we can push them through. The Picnic, I'm putting up there with the same level. I don't think we need to argue with that, do we? Picnic. It's such a good chocolate bar. You think it's an outside choice at first, and it's like you have to grow into it. You have to like grow up a bit before you start choosing the Picnic. But when you do, when you have your Picnic, you know, that golden summer of Picnic, the Picnic is the one. Do Astros count? I don't know. I've forgotten what they are. If it's on this list, I think we should stick with these hundreds of chocolates that are on this list that we made. The Smarties are an A tier as well, aren't they? I'm starting to fill up this A tier now, though. Starting to feel like tyranny, yeah, but like, you can tell me in chat if you're really angry, but I'm not seeing many arguments with this. You want to put another? Someone asked about Kit Kat Chunky. You're right. Kit Kat Chunky, bang, A tier. Late to the party, the Kit Kat Chunky, but oh my god, A tier chocolate. No one could argue. You're not happy with the Picnic? Come to the Lord. Picnic is a grown. Yeah, that's right, Prince Andy. Picnic is the sophisticated choice. We're sticking with Picnic. We're keeping it there for now. The Kit Kat Chunky next to it. There's a lineup. Imagine you've got those in your hand. Now you don't have to have your dinner until at least 3 or 4 hours later. Now you can stay out for another 3 beers. I'll have 2 bags of crisps and a Scampi fries, please. Scampi fries. And one of those bacon frazzles. Oh, and some nuts. Won't need to go for my dinner for another few hours. Picnic, yeah. Kit Kat Chunky. I like that as a look. I just think it looks good. I'm happy with it. And the Smarties. You can't have any dissent. Smarties are 100%. Like, you might not get as many as you want in the... If you've ever grown up in the UK, that equals you've had a tube of Smarties, you've popped the top off, and you've put them all in your mouth like that. Like, yeah? We've all done that. Smarties at A tier. Pop the top off, and they've all gone in your mouth like that. Smarties at A tier. I don't care if they taste good anymore. You tell me if you pop the top off and you've done that with them, because you have, and we all have, and they'll clop of all the Smarties like that. That in itself is an experience to have. Must be A tier. And then you used to save up the little lids for, they all had letters on. Why the letters, nobody ever knows. You had the little lids with the letters. Got some sort of like history and mystery about it. Smarties, pop, rah, 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 rah. Yum. Toffee crisp. Yep, go on then. Argue me down from an A tier. Argue me down from an A tier. The toffee crisp. It's different. It's creative. Cough, 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 cough. Toffee crisp. Yummy. Yummy. Toffee crisp and a Smarties. I'm starting to make myself actually feel hungry now, and I didn't eat anything before I did this. I'm starting to think that was an oversight. Maybe I should have had a good old dinner, because I can't get up and start eating now, but I start to feel my tummy might rumble. Apologies if it does. Those Smarties, man. Pop. Yes, Brawley Tiara, you push the bottom out, you've got a telescope. Everybody has pushed the bottom out with the Smarties. Everybody's pushed the bottom out with the Smarties. Donna thinks she got enough Smartie lids to spell stop eating chocolate, you chubby checker. Audrey says she found bacteria growing on her chocolate bar. I guess there is life on Mars after all. Ba-doom-doom-ch. Right, we've got the toffee crisp. That's in an A tier. I snuck that in while we were all thinking about the Smarties. We're going to go to some... I want to try and stick on all the very classics before we go a bit off topic here. But the topic is a classic, so let's go for topic. I don't think it can sit in the A tier list. I know what it is. I know how good it is. I know it's got the hazelnuts. I know it's got the chocolate. I know it's a bit of a sophisticated choice like the picnic. It sits, if you're in the pub, I remember this. We used to go in this pub called the White Horse, which no longer exists. They built houses over it, but we used to go in this pub in the White Horse, and behind the bar, they used to have nuts. This is when I was a kid, like back in the day where everyone was smoking and fighting. And they... behind the bar, they had the nuts, they had the crisps, salt and vinegar, not kids' flavours, not prawn cocktail, salt and vinegar and beef and onion. Not kids' flavours, not prawn cocktail, salt and vinegar, beef and onion, maybe cheese and onion if you're lucky. And they had chocolate, and I was like, oh, can I have a chocolate bar? And they'd say, oh, it's a topic though. They haven't got all different chocolate bars, they only had the topic. I'd be like, why have they done that? It's because it's not for kids, is it? It's an adult chocolate for an adult setup. So as a kid, I used to be in the pub and I used to get my bag of crisps and my Coca-Cola and sit out in the garden. And sometimes I'd ask about the topic bar, but I'd never have it because it was sold to me as an adult chocolate. So I just thought, nah. There's consternation in chat. Some people want it as an A tier, but because there's enough of you that agree that it doesn't go in the A tier, it's dropping down to B. The thing with the A tier is we all really have to agree. And I don't think we can all agree that the topic is an A tier choice. Not next to all those classics. It is a very good chocolate bar, and it is underrated. And I think there will be disagreement. And I feel myself like I can see it there. As like a... Topic's almost like your reserve, isn't it? It's like not your A team, it's your reserve, though. So it goes in a B. The dry roasted nuts for the dust in the corners. Poke the corner out with your finger like that. Do that, don't you? There's a lot of poking going on. We have now got some... Have I done all the classics here? I think so. Now we're down to, and M&Ms are not classics. I'll tell you for why in a second. But now we're down to more bizarre, more abstract, but obviously still some of this is quite classic. But we start going through some of this more bizarre, more abstract, and see how we can try and squeeze this in somewhere. The Rolo. What are you saying about a Rolo? Because it's not a chocolate bar, it's in small individuals, but they're a tube and it looks like a chocolate bar. And then they're quite chewy and you can't eat them all at once. And then people always want one. And then it's that thing about, oh, give me your last Rolo. But what are you saying about the Rolo? It's not a D tier. I'm not going to allow it to be D tier. And it gives you that opportunity to show that your love for someone by giving them that last Rolo. But that was just an advert. I'm very confused by the Rolo. I can't even say it properly. Is it Rollo? Rollos. Would you like a Rollo? Can I have one of your Rollos? Rolo. Like a roll. Rolo. What's a Rolo? The more I say it, the less it makes sense. Rolo. There's a poll in chat now for you. If you want that, you can have it. Get on your poll. Topic is a B or C, not an A, says absolute zero. You see, with comments like that in the chat, topic can never ride as an A. Rollo. Rolos. Try saying that with 2 Rolos in your mouth. Way. Try saying that with your Rolos in your mouth. Way. You can't do that with the Smarties with them. You can't do that. One at a time with the Rolos. 2, maybe. Give you jaw ache, look. Says Sasha. Right, we're still talking about the Rolos. Way. You won't believe what the poll looks like. You won't believe what the poll looks like. A tier. They're putting Rolos as an A tier. I'll accept it. I'll go with it. I'm not a Hitler, for Christ's sake. A tier. Wow. Doc Silver wants to know who likes fridge chocolate. Is it better cold? You'll have to tell me in chat, or you'll have to tell Doc Silver in chat what you think is better, cold or... I personally depend on the weather and how I'm feeling. I could eat both and be happy with both, but personally, I would actually rather certain items come out the cupboard so I can easily... I don't want a cold boost because it's too much. It's too solid. I want it to be like have a bit of softness to it for the boost. However, on a nice day, a nice hot day, a nice cold dairy milk out the fridge, oh, crispy and cold, that's all right. It's optional. It's optional. And once it's been in the fridge, though, it can cool. You know, you can put it out in the warm and it can warm up. But once it's in the warm and it's like melty, if it gets too melty, that's done. Over. It's too late. Then it's got to go in the fridge. So there's an issue. Yeah. I forgot what I was doing then for a second. What I'm doing is now moving through these. The boxes will leave to last, along with the Christmas chocolate. So I'm going to pick out what I think are more strange bars. The Mars Delight. The Mars Delight exists. I'm putting it in C. I feel like I should also potentially maybe drop it down to a D. The Mars Delight. What do you think? C or a D, Mars Delight. Can't give you a big top tier position for Mars Delight. It's like a Milky Way. Sitting next to Milky Way. I'm having it as next to Milky Way. Why did you miss the part where it goes in bit dime? It's next to a Karamak. Individual, bit niche. Some people do, some people don't, but those that do really do. It's Swedish, so maybe it should drop a tier, but for a while there it was riding high as an interesting choice the nation loved. And they even did those little sweeties that everyone likes. Dime. Goes well in an ice cream. Talking of things that go well in an ice cream, what about your M&Ms? M&Ms are a bag of little Smarties, but they're not Smarties, they're M&Ms. And they're American, not British, but they are British. I have them as a B tier for myself, the standard M&M. I don't put them up there with the Smartie. I don't put them up there with the Smartie. But the peanut M&M, now we talk. Now we ride. The peanut M&M, one of the finest creations in all of confectionery. If only it were vegan, it could go on that super tier. The peanut M&M. I mean, I'm going to put it on the super tier anyway because it is actually that good. It should be vegan. I don't know why they don't just do it with vegan chocolate and make it the best. But the peanut M&M, oh, you get that peanut in there as well, and it's the M&M. Ooh. Are we getting disagreement in chat? Are we getting disagreement? We're going to get disagreement on these things. I hope that we could get the peanut M&M through. I hope we could slide it through. I'm going to have to ask you as a poll, because this is the only way I can try and slide it through, because I think there's too much disagreement for it to sit in the A tier. But peanut M&M, hang on, M&M, peanut M&M. If the poll is a landslide, we keep the peanut M&M. But if it's no landslide, no peanut M&M. There's a lot of positivity for the peanut M&M. poll's trying to pull the other way now. People are trying to pull it into no, but it's 68% yes. I think if we get maybe 1 or 2 votes to push it over the edge to 70, I think it stays. I think 70 is a very high number for a poll like that. I did say that any dissent means no, it doesn't stay in the A-list, because you're going to need... I need to be able to serve it to everyone and everyone go, yes, this is delightful. And maybe that's the problem with the Turkish Delight as well. You know, maybe those two don't sit nicely there. Maybe that's the thing, they need to go on their own. M&M's and Turkish Delight, they need to go their own way a bit, don't they? 70% now, the poll's now ticked right over. And since I agree with that, I'm going to end it there. What we're going to do is we're going to leave them there now, under the understanding that these two, Turkish Delight and Peanut M&M's, are like almost a specialist entry, because you want to be able to give this A tier to anybody and they would go, oh, that looks nice, I'll eat that. So I don't know if everyone's going to agree with that, but for me, if you give me those, I'm going to be like, wow, you picked out the Turkish Delight and the Peanut M&M. I think we need to talk. Why don't you sit down? Are you under contract at the moment? Are you under contract? Right. Are you going to be joining the Super Chuffer organisation? You're going to be joining the Super Chuffer Chuffragettes. You picked out Turkish Delight and Peanut M&M's. I think we need to sign you up. Star Striker. Boost. You've got a boost. Okay. Biscuit should never be put in the fridge, says the Bishop. There's a top tip. Talking of biscuit, what about Dairy Milk Fingers then? They're the only biscuit I've allowed on the list, the Dairy Milk Fingers, because, again, I think they're top tier. I think the Dairy Milk Fingers are super duper top tier. I think they sit somewhere special on their own as an item, but I've allowed them on the list because they are predominantly chocolate biscuit based, but predominantly Cadbury Dairy Milk item. The chocolate fingers, I'm allowing them on the list. And Angel, yeah, it's not a bar, it's a packet. This is the, if you go into the section where the chocolate section is in Dillon's or One Stop, and you pick yourself an item, you might be able to choose from these items, and within that restriction that it's sort of chocolate. A lot of A tier here, a lot of A tier for the fingers. A lot of A tier. You cannot rate, says SG. Either because you haven't had them or you don't like them, but it's a bit late now. If the Reaver bar is not on the list, I'm afraid it's not on the list, Battle Cat, but we're keeping the fingers. We're keeping our fingers. I'm going to start picking things off this, what I consider to be the strange list now, I suppose. Which next is the Kinder Bueno. Very unique item, the Kinder Bueno. Comes in little segments. It's got Kinder stuff in it. For a while there, it was interesting and new, and then it sort of dropped off the chart a bit, the Bueno. I think Bueno lives happily in B. I don't think it goes as far down as C, although it might do for some people. So, are you angry about Bueno being in the B list? I think a Bueno and an M&M's... God, I can't believe I'm actually getting hungry now. A Bueno and an M&M's. Kinder bottom of the list. Why can't you rate? You just, in the chat, you just write A, B or C, SG. And then sometimes I'll put a poll, and then when the poll comes up, you can do the poll. But I'm just asking you what you think. The white chocolate one is S tier, says Bob. Maybe so. I'm putting it as a bit of an abstract choice, though, because I just think there's not enough substance to it. The Fry's chocolate cream is on top of our list, yeah. I don't know if it still exists, but it's on the list. A lot of different answers in chat about the Bueno. Some of you like it as an A, but I can't have it next to these A tiers. I'll leave it as B. We won't be too harsh on it. These last ones, you know, they'll fall where they may, and some of you are going to completely disagree. The Star Bar is a traditional chocolate bar, but it's so outside the realm of what people usually think of, they forget it. But it goes up there next to the Boost, the Star Bar. The Star Bar should go in its own top tier section. Some people are going to disagree, but for me, the Star Bar is that is actually, I'm looking at that now and I'm seeing like a great solid list there of chocolate items there. The Star Bar being one of them. Let me just scroll it in so you can see everything that's on that list now. The Star Bar is one of them. Have I got a fringe coat? No, it's I'm doing cosplay today. For anyone that's just arrived, I'm doing. Oh wait, the camera's off. Turn it on. You'll need that on. That camera, won't you? and then when it goes on, you'll see me. I'm doing cosplay today. Thanks for 6,000 subscribers, everyone. And I was going to read this whole book. I've got this book. This book that this dangerous nutter wrote. Halloween, it goes back. This, that's an advert. We did an episode on this dangerous nutter in America.
Ein Körper. Ja, Gott in mein Körper.
God in mein Körper.
In mein Körper.
The Screen Mask is making more of a feature on this one. He's moved the camera to actually include it more. Gott kam in meine Körper, als ein Geisterkörper. He drives a truck around America, and I don't think he's murdering people, but he might be. He believes that God has entered into his body, and he wrote this book called Ministry of Dreams. So we were going to read that on chat today, on camera. I'm already nearly up to 3 hours with just the chocolate. This is the chocolate tier list, just rating the chocolate. It's Easter, hooray! Rating the chocolate for Easter. That's nice. Yeah, and we are next on this list. But did I drop something in there without letting everyone have a good chat about it? Or are we happy that the last one went on the list wherever it went? I forgot what the last one was. Starbar. Count to 200k on camera. That would be a Mr. Beast-esque effort, and I'm certainly not going to be able to do it now because it will take hours. But Mr. Beast has already been there, done that, so I might not ride that wave of interest and popularity were I to do it. But it's certainly an option. Timeouts are in the biscuit section. There is no biscuit section. We just got like a mixed, everything's mixed. Next on the list, I'm going to pull out the Spira. Do you remember the Spira? I think that's a solid B tier chocolate, the Spira. I think if the Twirl is a B tier, the Spira sits very strongly next. It was a bit more solid. I think they discontinued it, but it was basically dairy milk in like a tube. And we said that if you can suck chocolate milk up through it, or soy milk, if you can suck that up through it, then that's pretty good. And I think you can do that with the Spira. So I think we're going to have...
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
The blind leading the blind sent tippies. Just joined today's stream. I've been in a work meeting. Carry on chuffing. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much for the £5. I really appreciate it. The blind leading the blind. And if you've just joined, yeah, it's a Easter celebration. I'm dressed as a monk, and I've just been through that. So next on the list, I've put that there, the Spira. No one seems to be arguing. I think we're all right with that. I think these are all going to fall a bit strange. Just, we can't, unless it's really A tier, it's going to be hard. Let's get the secret bar out. Because that's still a bar. But do you remember that? The secret bar. What was that about? For a while, it was a good choice. So all the chocolate, like round, like chocolate. But it was like round, like a nest. And then inside it had like fondant-y mousse. Oh, chocolate mousse all around with chocolate. It's like, I'm having a little bit of chocolate mousse, but all around with chocolate. You'd bite that off and you stick your tongue in it. Give it the old Emma White. Wouldn't you? You give it the old Emma White. Work meeting. Come here, Paul. Not now, Emma. I think you broke my pelvis. Shut up. The work meeting, yeah. No, sorry, the secret. So the secret was pretty good. Like Marshmallow Centre, Holly says. Yeah, something like that, wasn't it? Like, you don't still get those anymore, do you? You're not still banging back the secrets. So I don't think they can be A tier. But for a while there, they rode high. For a while there, you'd pop down the supermarket, pick up a secret. I think maybe they were aimed at being a little bit suave. Oh, what, have you been down the shop? Yeah. What have you got? I've got myself a picnic and a Mars bar. Oh, really? Did you get me anything? Yeah, I got you a secret. Oh, it's a little bit suave, isn't it? Yeah, you're sophisticated, so I got you a secret. Maybe like a gift. Maybe a little gift. The secret. Emma White loves a secret. It's Paul Ansell's favourite chocolate. Ha ha ha. That and the Drifter. Ha 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 ha. Let's not get me binned off the internet. Emma White likes a picnic. Well, she was out in those fields. What's Emma White's favourite chocolate? You flush it through a culvert. It's not a pun, but you know, you get the gist. There isn't a chocolate bar called Flush It Through a Culvert, is there? Can't stop, you'll get me in trouble. You'll get me in trouble. Malteser. Okay, Maltesers. You want Maltesers next. What is that? You have to leave for grown-up food. I need to eat my dinner as well. You can listen to this while you're doing the dinner as well. You can have that on as well in the background if you want. The Malteser. It has to be A tier, doesn't it? I find it strange because to me, I'm like, what is it? Is it like biscuit or is it... It's not biscuit. I don't know quite what it is inside, but it's nice. And they're in a bag and they roll around. And then you feel, for me, that you're not getting enough. Like, for the price of a Maltesers, I could also have like a substantial marathon bar. But instead, I'm having these little Maltesers and then they roll around. I always drop one, guarantee. Someone's going to want one and someone's going to do that thing where they put it up and put it about... They try and then it goes off and then you've dropped it and I'm like, well, that was a waste of a Malteser. I just feel like the dropping them is an issue. So, but it's an A tier, isn't it? Maltesers are an A tier. We're talking about the classic British chocolate. Make chocolate great again. Great Britain, chocolate Britain. Maltesers. You can't have chocolate British choice without Maltesers. If you didn't have the Maltesers on the smorgasbord, that's not British. You can only use British words now. No, that's not what I'm saying. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Well, I don't know. Is silly a British word or is it from the French? Le silly. I don't know. I don't know about the etymology of silly. But I do know my tummy's rumbling, literally, looking at all this chocolate, and I'm an idiot for not eating before I did this. But I will forge ahead. I hope that you don't hear it, because it's a bit embarrassing. Having my tummy rumbling on the internet. Mom, can I have a sandwich? My tummy's rumbling on the internet. Yeah, Maltesers. They're up there. They're up there. Maltesers egg, yeah. You know, Maltesers are a classic. A classic. It's like you could have fish and chips, bangers and mash. They're quite different, but they're up there. Maltesers, bang them in there. Munchies, whether they're in stick form or in bag form, cannot sit next to the mighty Malteser. They're an interesting, different idea. They come usually in stick form, I would say, but you can get them in the bag form. But they're an interesting and different idea. There's that biscuit, there's that thing, but I can't see them up there with the Rolo and the Malteser. The Rolo and the Malteser, like, set the standard. The Munchies, mix them both up together and make it into a thing. It's got to drop down lower. It's got to drop down lower. B tier is with all those classics. With all those classics, someone's going to have to tell me. Go and have my tea. Don't worry, I'll be all right. I'll have my dinner after we've done this. Start a poll. Munchies, which I now have. The Munchies, like you all have as well. I've done it. We talked about chocolate for like 2 hours. The Munchies. Do you want Munchies on B or C tier? I'm not having it in A. But I'll add the option of D, because you might think it drops off the bottom. You know, you might think that. That's what they thought about. Don't get me. I thought she'd drop off the bottom. I thought she'd sink to the bottom and stay there, but she went over the weir. Anyway, look, no. 72%, 70% now. Munchies are strong for B tier. We don't need to mess about. Those that wanted to vote have got their fingers ready. They're in on it. They're voting. Those that want to say have had a say, and it's very, very sharp. Munchies are sharply in the lead, so it's not gonna turn around if I leave it on there for an hour. They're staying there in a B tier. I'm surprised they get so much love, but there they go. The Fuse for me is top tier, but you can't still get them. Or can you? Can you still buy a Fuse? You can still buy a Fuse. Okay, they're top tier. In India? No. Hang on, wait, they're not top tier. I don't want an Indian Fuse. A different bar of the same name was produced in the United Kingdom. I'm talking about the different one. I'm not talking about the Indian one. I don't want you to ferry me chocolate in from India. Very different kind of chocolate that is. I've never eaten it. This is British chocolate. Don't care if they make them like that in India. That's not the Fuse I'm talking about. No offence, India. I love India, but that's not the chocolate I'm talking about, yeah? So that's not on the list, not having it. But the British Fuse, the traditional British Fuse. Not being nationalist here, but it's the chocolate I've eaten. So I'm not grading Indian chocolate today, I'm afraid. I'm grading the chocolate I've eaten and love over my childhood. And the Fuse is in the wrong packaging here. But the original Fuse, we've done Picnic. Picnic is in the A tier. Don't worry. Picnic is firmly in the A tier. Along with Starbar, Boost, Marathon. Picnic is in the A tier. So I can't see it there at the moment, though, which is weird. But I definitely put it in the... Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there's Picnic. But the Fuse, you can't still get it. But so I guess it can't go on the list. But it was like dairy milk, but with little bits of fruit and nut in. It was like a fruit and nut bar, but like a Fuse. And there was something else in it as well. There's biscuit as well as the fruit and nut. So it gave extra. Like, I'm leaving that where it is. You remember it, but you don't remember what they taste like. See, the thing is, it's got to go... Secret's gone in the list at B. Surprise entry. But yes. And I've got to say thank you again to Jamie for... Basically, I made the list on a stream. We made the list together. And then Jamie got all the pictures and sent them me. So thank you, Jamie. We're going to go Galaxy Minstrels. This was a request. Galaxy Minstrels. Where do you like your minstrels? Do they go next to the Munchies, I think? It's not quite a Malteser. I know they're good. And they're useful for teaching kids to count. Because you can put them in a bowl and mess about with them and then they eat them. The Galaxy Minstrel. I want you just to type in chat ABC. I know you're tiring of this now, aren't you? You're tired of now. Getting down to the nitty gritty at the end here. There's still like 20 to go. So let's just have a quick BABCADBEA in chat for minstrels. They are good. Like, bear in mind, B is still good. I think until we drop down to C, it's not good. A is special. B is like, yeah, I'm up for that. That's good. C is, well, I could have had some minstrels. You know? Giant brown Smarties. In a good way. In a good way. See how there's a lot of A's and B's in chat? Yeah? And this goes back to my previous criteria that, should we have an interval? This is what I was going to read the book for. I was going to give you an interval with the book reading. Do you want to do some book reading? I think we should try and finish this off. And then the edit, because if I'm going to edit the book reading, I don't want to have to keep going in and out of all this stuff. It would be really difficult on the edit if I woven two things together as part of the stream, because then I'd have to unweave them. But minstrels, you see, there's some people that are not. If there's enough B's and C's in chat, then it stays in B. It can't be elevated, but they are good. They are good. A Kinder Surprise egg, as a child, would be A tier, but as an adult is D tier. What a strange concept. How the Kinder Surprise egg drops through the ranks as you grow. The Kinder Surprise egg. Not even a B tier for me now, a D tier. I don't want a little toy. In fact, I think it's plastic junk that goes in the sea and clogs up a seagull. So it's got to go in the D tier. But if I was buying for kids, or I was a kids, and I was once, then I might give them a Kinder Surprise because they like that. And as part of my nostalgia, isn't that good? Kinder Surprise. Oh, yummy. Kinder Surprise. But as part of my, like, you know, what I really think now these days, no. The toys are crap, aren't they, Angel? Yeah. They're banned in the US. Right, have that. They go up in the then because they're banned in the US. It's like prohibited chocolate. It's like the crack of chocolate. No, they're going in the D tier, aren't they? Because I don't know how Palace and Leeds did, actually. I didn't watch it. Spent all my evening doing this. We can't mull it over too long. We haven't got too long. It's going in the D tier. The other eggs. It's Easter, of course. So the other eggs. The mini egg. Oh, that's not D tier. That's A tier. No one can complain. Would you like a mini egg? Yes. Obviously not me because I'm vegan, but would you like a mini egg? Yes. Yes, mini eggs. When it's Easter, buying a bag of mini eggs. They're not. You don't always have to buy the mini eggs, but when you do, you feel like you've had a few mini eggs, and that's been nice. I would like there to be more in the bag. I'd like there to be more value involved, but the mini egg as itself as a concept is very, very nice. A. Right. I can move through these a little bit quicker now. The Kit Kat, I don't know why we didn't rank it earlier. A tier. I'll pick out the A tiers from these because I don't think there could be any argument. The Kit Kat is an A tier snack. It's not to everyone's taste.
I couldn't be happier.
Rachu 181 cent tippies. Currently eating a Twix, had to have my chocolate fix. Keep chuffing chuffer. Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. I'll give you the 3 hugs. Thank you. Maybe I should have got myself a piece of something to eat because it's making me hungry as well. I should be sponsored by these chuffers, except don't eat them. Eat vegan chocolate, except that. Yeah, that's an A tier, isn't it? I'm looking across here now to see if I can pick out anything other that's solid A tier, and I'm going to say no. I can't. The cream egg, the Cadbury's cream egg, A tier. A tier. The Kit Kat you like for the B. Oh yeah, but they're the Kit Kat. It's a Kit Kat. Like, there's no way I'd turn down a Kit Kat. I suppose, is it special enough to get into the A tier, though? I see what you're saying, you know. I see what you're saying. There's a lot of B's in chat. I'm going to drop it down for not being special enough. But it is good. You can have a hug too, Scorpio. Scorpio Nads. We can all have hugs. Cadbury's cream egg is A tier because it's specialist. The Toblerone is an A tier. Good call. Get that for Christmas, you're happy. They've changed it over the years and it's gone downhill. Let's not beat around the bush. The traditional big solid old triangle Toblerone, that was nice. Triangular prism Toblerone, that's nice. But the ones that have got all the gaps in, the new ones, the small ones, nah. Well, where's the rest of my Toblerone? You put all gaps in it and you've made it weird. So no, it's not really a Toblerone. You need to be able to snap it like that. Snap one off. You know, if you get a big one and you snap one off for someone and you like, oh, no, with a nougat in it, that's A tier. Len, you're going to need to buy me some more Toblerones. That's A tier. Any others on this list we want to pick out? The Taz. I said that earlier. I think that needs to be A tier. But then it maybe needs to go down there with the Animal Bar and the Fudge and the Chomp. Or next to the Freddo, the Taz. To me, Taz is special. But maybe it goes in the B tier. Blues beat Villa 5. I didn't know Blues were playing the Villa today. I assume we weren't. I wish we were. Let me just check that. Or was it the female? We're playing Stoke tomorrow. Look, we're playing Stoke tomorrow. Don't get me excited. We did that one time. 3-0, 2-0 Derby double. 5-0. We did that one time. Don't get me excited. Yeah, I don't see any other A tiers from this, right? Let's start picking through these then. Let's get them on the list. The Walnut Whip is a D tier chocolate thing. I know people are going to be angry, and there is a red one, which maybe we should put up on the list, but it's still not vegan. But the Walnut Whip is a D tier. I had one once, I should say. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like one of them. I had one once. Like, you didn't get loads of them and start chomping through them. You had one to see, and there was a walnut stuck on top that had no context. It's just there on top. Some people are going to say, no, it's like the Turkish delight, it belongs in the A tier. Some people are going to want the Freddo, they want up in the A tier, you see. But the Walnut Whip is too specialist. My nan used to like them. But it's like down in this D tier, we've got the Crazy Gang, you know. And the Walnut Whip is on that list. And if you like it, I'm not dissing you. I can see where you're coming from. It's substantially chocolate. It's got that like whip inside, which I don't know what it is. And then it's got a nut on top. So if you like the nut, like you're like happy with the extra nut. But I think you could make that better just by removing the nut. And the walnut is the selling point. It's part of it. But you remove the nut and then you've got this like more obvious what it is. It's a chocolate item with the filling. I don't know. I can't have Walnut Whip on top. I put it there with Kinder Surprise. And it's a strange outside choice. And these days, I think it's even gone downhill. I don't know because I don't eat a lot of Walnut Whips over the years, but like the same with the Toblerone. You know, as they've started to cheat us on the ingredients and the size and stuff, you know, I think these days it's even gone downhill. Vintage, okay, a vintage Walnut Whip, I think probably would have been a better recipe. You dip your tongue in the whip, says Sasha. So now it's going up. That's making me more excited about it. I'll give it a C listing. It can come off the bottom if you're going to dip your tongue into it. Meow, says the cat. In the 80s, they were a craze, and there was lots of different whips, and then they just went crap, says Chris. You all right, Minkiss? I gave you a big food because I was doing this for hours. Let's have a chocolate orange now, next. That is in the same world of...
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Phantasmic Ether sent tippies. Hope you're enjoying the day, glad you're streaming. Much love, of course, chocolatey goodness to you. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you, and 3 hugs to you. I am enjoying the day. It's an Easter celebration. I want you all to feel loved and in just like buoyant. It doesn't all have to be doom and gloom all the time on this channel for certain. And, you know, we do cover some dark and interesting topics. We have some little secrets, don't we? We like to do things in a whisper. The bounty is the joy that we can spin on a dime. Look, here's the cat now. The cat wants to get in. Oh, do you want to get in? Come on. She will never cuddle with me, this cat. Look, she'll climb on me now. You cuddling? No, you're getting off. You're not going on the desk. We're not having that. You're not allowed on the computer desk. You know that. You're a good cat, though. Thank you. Thank you for jumping off. Yeah, so I hope it's all good in the hood for you as well. Out there in Chuffertown. Hope you're having a good day. It's just a bit of something different, isn't it? Something that we can all revel in. Revels, C-list. Okay, we didn't do the chocolate orange properly. We didn't give it justice. The chocolate orange is a specialist item. If you like orange chocolate, which I'm not a massive fan of, but if you do, it's banging, yeah? It's probably one of your best. But it has this flaw. And the flaw is that it's in a funny shape and you have to mess about with it. And it always gets melted on your hands. And then when you're halfway through a chocolate orange, you have to wrap it back up and it doesn't wrap up back well. And then you bang it to open it. And someone always smashes it on. What's that? Don't do that on that table. That's your nan's best oak table. Or you know what I mean? Like chocolate orange has got a lot of problems about it. And if you ever heat one up or over warmed it and it's gone solid again, you can't, and it's like a chocolate apple. It's like a nightmare. Like there are problems with the chocolate orange and fundamentally in the concept. But I understand the concept, and when it goes well and you smash it and you segment it and everyone has a little slice and it's a nice chocolate orange, oh, that's good. The concept is all good, but I think the execution falls apart sometimes. I just think do you think the shape's convenient? Depends where you're putting it. Keep it with your walnut whip. To me, it's like it doesn't quite make it. It doesn't quite like, you know, you're going to put the chocolate orange next to all these other like really solid players. Like I'm thinking of it almost like a sports team. Like I've got Dairy Milk, I've got Crunch, I've got Snickers, I've got chocolate orange. You're going on the bench, chocolate orange. Special teams. I mean, what's your skills? It's completely different from what we're looking for. You're on the bench. So chocolate orange is going in the C list, I guess. I'll accept it. I can't put it up in the B list. It's too strange. And then Revels, I'm going to pump the same vibe. Revels, someone's really going to like them, right? We're going to do this. Is going a bit quicker now. I'm giving you less option in chat. Unless in chat there's like a big wave of support for one of these items, I'm going to start calling the shots. Revels, it's nice that there's a mixture, but I want to know what I'm eating. So I don't want the coffee one when I want the chocolate one, but I have to just get whatever one you give me because it's Revels. Now, if you said to someone, can I have a Revel? And they said yes, and then you eat it, you don't, I didn't want that one. Just tough. Revels, that's tough. I don't want that's tough as a concept in my chocolate item. Revels. Due to popular demand, I'm going to include Ferrero Rocher, but maybe these boxed chocolates, they need to be done as their own stuff. Ferrero Rocher is top tier. Ferrero Rocher is absolutely top tier. Absolutely top tier. We don't even need to discuss it, do we? We don't need to discuss it. I should tell everyone what it is so that they know what it is if they're watching this from another country. Not that they will be at this juncture. But Ferrero Rocher is like a nut, and then it's covered in like praline, and then it's covered in like a crispy wafer shell, and then it's got more chocolate, and it's got nuts, and it all just sings together beautifully, and they're individually wrapped, and it's like a bit special, and then you've got like a box of them, and you eat them all. Ferrero Rocher is brilliant. it's got a cool advert with the ambassador, and he has them in a tower, and it's like posh. Some people in chat are down negative on the Ferrero Rocher. Lottie does not like the Ferrero Rocher. What? You could put it in your mouth entire as one croff, like that. Ferrero Rocher, croff. You are despoiling us. It's an A tier. I'm sorry. You feel cheated by the toffee revel as well. Exactly, Chris. The toffee revel spoils it. Why would you put like a disguised chocolate in there that's not good chocolate? The ruffle, raspberry ruffle. Go in there with the chocolate orange and your walnut whip for me. The raspberry ruffle. Why are we raspberry ruffling? What? Nuts and chocolate is a no for Lottie. I have to remember that if I ever get you a chocolate bar. But I quite like it. Quite like the praline. Crunchy got put in, I think, B tier, didn't it? Or is Crunchy in the A tier? Crunchy's in the A tier. I've been looking at this so long I can't see it anymore, but it is on there. Right, that's everything we've done, so it is on there. I'll put Ruffle in C tier because it's raspberries and it's like a soft raspberry thing. I wouldn't choose it. We've got some nostalgic chocolate, Golden Cup. That's going in D tier because you can't buy it anymore. Along with Fuse, I'm dragging it out of the top tier and putting it in the D tier because you're not allowed to buy it anymore. It's a shame, isn't it? But it was like caramel and people might like it. They wanted it on the list. But because you can't buy it anymore, I'm afraid it's off the list. The pink wafers are on the list somehow and they're not supposed to be on the list, so they're going on D tier. Starting to get into my stride a bit now with these. The Terry's All Gold. The box chocolates. I actually think we shouldn't. And the Gillian. Oh, my tummy's gone. Wait. Give me T minus 1 second. You have a little think about whether the milk trays, I want in chat whether the box chocolates, whether we rank them because they're hard to rank, or whether we do a separate tier list with the box chocolates. Just 1 second. Streamer gone. Streamer back. I've got a cake. Got my own cake that I make to eat. Goulian's not British. Yeah, but you get it in the Morrisons. Everything's got so full. Poppets and Lindor are both going top tier. You want me to do them as separate? You're enjoying this live. I think this list is so full now that if we start putting the box chocolates on, I want to get the Christmas tree chocolate on there, and I want to get the liqueurs on there. But all the rest, the other abstracts we've got are Milka. I would never choose Milka above the chocolate I recognise. D tier. Matchmakers. B tier. Reese's peanut butter cups. I don't like all that peanut. It's too salty. D tier. And what's that one? Time Out. They've changed it. It's a C now. It used to be better, but now it's a C. And then they're all the box chocolates, but the Ritters, we said outside the realm of possibility. No one's eating Ritters in the UK, not by choice. You get them in the hotel room, but not by choice, right? And then at the top up there, we've got liqueurs. Chocolate liqueurs are an absolute joy when you're a kid because they've got a little bit of alcohol in them. and you're like, oh, it's so naughty. I shouldn't be drinking. They've got a little bit of alcohol in them, and I drink them. Oh, and they're like so rich, and like your nan used to like them. I should have a cup of tea with the cake. You're right. I've got a bottle of squash. Boxbird builds. We've had the Turkish delight conversation. I know what you're saying. But the Turkish delight and the M&Ms, for me, I suppose for the same reasons I'm putting this stuff down here, I should put that down there. Finally, though, I wanted to do the Christmas tree chocolate. The coins, they're for me about a C. I'm not bothered about the coins that much. It's a bit of a faff to open them. They're like ubiquitous, aren't they, about Christmas time. But the chocolate inside is not my best chocolate. However, that Christmas tree chocolate, that stuff you hang on the tree and you have a pick off, that's legit top tier. Reason was nice, they didn't make the list. Should have put them on the list, they were nice for a bit. I'm taking out the boxes and putting them back off. We can do the boxes separate, which means we'll take the celebrities out as well. And that seems fair. But now let's check it out. This is your full and extensive list. Now we can argue for a minute over should or should it go up or down, yeah? We've got vegan stuff at the top. It's top tier, I can eat it. There's only two options. But these days, I make my own cake. And also, you can go to the supermarket and get, like, you know, dark chocolate with this in it or dark chocolate with that in it. So there are more options. And there's a lot of vegan chocolate brands now that are coming out that are really good. So, you know, big thumbs up for that. But in the A tier, and I used to eat all this, like, for years and years and years. So I know let's face it, I know what I'm talking about. I've spent my time at the tuck shop every lunchtime. Tuck shop. But yeah, we've got Turkish Delight and M&M's, very controversially. Starbar, Boost, a Marathon. A Whisper, a Flake, a Galaxy Ripple. The Milky Bar made it on the list for A tier, which I wasn't in favour of, but it did get there. The Buttons, A tier. The Dairy Milk Fruit and Nut, specifically the Fruit and Nut. The Picnic, the Yorkie, the Fingers, the Yorkie as well. Both of them are solid. The Fingers got on there. Mars, a Twix, and a Kit Kat Chunky. If someone brought you a Mars, a Twix, and a Kit Kat Chunky, you're all right for a couple of days on your chocolate then, aren't you? Like, you got 2 or 3 solid bars of chocolate there. Smarties, because you can go and eat them all at once. Toffee Crisp is a Toffee Crisp. It's crunchy and it's... I don't have to describe these again. We've already described them. I'm telling you they're in the top tier. Rolos, Maltesers, Mini Eggs, solid. All of that I agree with. Cream Egg, yeah. Toblerone, it's got to be, hasn't it? But the new one isn't as good as the old one. Like, we're going on nostalgia value there, really. Maybe I'd knock the Toblerone down a level because we're going on nostalgia value. Actually, you know, going on nostalgia value. And Fringe, oh, you haven't seen. Sorry. I am the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I am the chosen one, loving with my fringe. I am the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I am the chosen one, loving with my monk cosplay. And next on the list is Lint-Door, Cream Egg. They're solid. They're great. Poppets I put straight up. We didn't have a big chat about them. They're in little boxes and you rattle them and they're brilliant. They're brilliant. Then you've got Ferrero Rocher. I think Christmas tree chocolate is divine, even though it's not. It's cheap. I know it's cheap, but it's like, in some way, they've made it divine by making it cheap. Like, they took out some expensive thing that was rubbish and put in something that was even nice. I don't know. and chocolate liqueurs. Bang on a chocolate liqueur. I think I just said bang on a chocolate liqueur. Now I'm eating cake. Dance into the fire. I look so young, like the fifth Beatle. Thanks. I look like one of those from Oasis. George Best. I don't know why these fingers have come up. It's Christmas, it's Easter, so love you, Jesus. Jesus is nice, he was quite nice. He would have shared his revels with you, and he would have known which one was what, so you would have got the nice ones. Oh, is that a toffee revel? Oh, I'm having a bad toffee revel. Now you're having a chocolate one. Come to Jesus. But also, like, I'm not strongly Jesus. I'm like, just cosplaying as a monk, and I'm not trying to offend. A lot of people are really about it on Easter, aren't they? I've got this caught on my mic now. Shit, no. I've got the cross caught. Jesus has got caught on my microphone. The crucifix has been caught. I've got that's an issue. A proper issue, and not of What Car magazine. How's that got through there? That's incredible. Got it. Right. We'll try with that wireless mic again in a minute, but it was crackling, wasn't it? So I might not be able to use it. I was hopefully going to, because today I was going to use the wireless mic so I could walk back and forth between sets, which I'm still walking back and forth between sets, but the mic is not. You'll see. Anyway, what kind of cake? I put loads, it's like, I don't put eggs in it. So it's got some banana in it, and it's got a bit of like applesauce, and it's also got loads of weed. I think loads was the amount of weed I put in it. Quite dense. On the beach here, and you can see it. We've just been talking about it for 3 hours. What do you want from me? Read it out yourself. On the beat here, we've got stuff that you wouldn't have a problem with if someone brought this back. You're not going to have a problem with it, but you might not choose it, and some of it's going to be a bit out there. I think there might be some things on the beat here for some people that they're going to think, I don't know about that BT, I wouldn't have bought myself one of those. However, Toblerone, Bueno, M&M's, Crunchy, Snickers, because it's not a marathon, Lion, Crunch, it's quite a good chocolate bar. Dairy Milk Caramel, I would have put it higher. Galaxy Caramel, there's some consternation between the position of those. Dairy Milk Whole Nut, I'm surprised Dairy Milk didn't go higher. Aero, but only the mint one. Galaxy Caramel, After Eights, a Butterfinger. That made it on there. I don't know how that made it on there. I forgot. I don't remember ranking that. Kit Kat, Drifter, Taz, Freddo, Karamak, which I thought should maybe have a special place of its own. The Dime Bar, which is not British. Double Decker, Whisper Gold, Topic, Secret, Twirl, Spira, Munchies, Minstrels, and Matchmakers. Lovely stuff, that. You'd be all right with that. Big trolley full of that. That'd be all right. In the C tier, now we're talking about chocolate. Like, oh, thanks, but I could have probably. I'm going to put the Aero Caramel one up because I actually think that goes with the mint, the Aero Caramel. I think it doesn't belong in C tier. But in C tier, we've got coins, which I don't really jive with. As the chocolate inside for me is not the nicest chocolate. Chomp, Animal Bar, Fudge, sort of kids' chocolate. Aero and Aero Orange, no one was a big fan of that. The Bounty ended up getting pushed down to C tier. The Curly Whirly, the Ruffle, the Walnut Whip, the Orange, chocolate orange. These are all quite specialist, so some people are going to really like these, but they're a bit like outside the box, aren't they? The Bounty Black, because it wasn't, I said black, I mean dark. Black chocolate. Black chocolate, do you? Bounty Black. Bounty Red, dark chocolate, and that is, what is it? C tier as well as Bounty, because it was going to be higher up, but it turned out that it wasn't vegan after all. And then Fuse in the D. Now in the bottom tier, this is stuff that, there's two here that you can't get, so I didn't rank Fuse and Golden Cup. You know, outside of the box too far. And the Aztec. Can't get that anymore. But the rest of it, you can get it. It's just, you wouldn't choose it over the rest. And there's reasons why. Kinder Surprise, it's a toy, a little egg. Flake is white chocolate flake, and you want a proper flake. Aero in little balls that are like little aero. They're the same as the chocolate bar, but it's just in the shape of balls. So no one was into that. And then we had chocolate cigarettes, because they're obviously bad for smoking. Dream is white chocolate, but it's Cadbury's chocolate, but it's white chocolate. It's what you on about. The Yorkies, but the Yorkie not for girls one, because like what are they doing with their sexism? Pink wafers aren't chocolate. Milka bars, they're like so foreign, and like the same with the Ritter, like to the British sensibility. You see that on the shelf in the shop, and you think, nah, well, but I like my chocolate the way I like it. I'm not going to go outside on the Swiss or the Belgian or the German or whatever. You know, let's just go for the chocolate the way we like it. And the Reese's peanut butter cups are very salty. Oh my God, he's drinking salt. So that's where I'm at with that. And yeah, what the hen, Christmas pudding Cadbury's was good. Like all the different Cadbury varieties. Now they do a million varieties. I'm not having them on the list because it's too much. But there are some really good ones out there. But again, they'd all be individual, like they'd C's and D's, because you couldn't get an entire populace to be like happy with it. And Lorna says, if you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. That's incredibly correct. The only issue is it's a biscuit, not a chocolate bar, so it's not on the list. But that is the official. That's the official. So if you're going out to buy me a chocolate bar, it better be vegan. And if you're going out to buy yourself one, you probably want to veer in stay in this range. If you want decadence, you're going for a Flake or a Galaxy Ripple. And if you want something for the kids, it's a Milky Bar or a Buttons. And if you want something for yourself that's a bit more substantial, it's a Marathon or a Boost. Maybe a Yorkie sits nicely in the middle. The Mars Bar, the Twix and the Kit Kat are big fan favourites, the Chunky. The Smarties are big favourite. Even though, but yeah, still, Smarties. And if you want it in a little bag, get yourself a bag of mini eggs or a Maltesers. That's the way this has gone. Oh, they've actually got a variety labelled vegan. Thanks, Sue. There's a vegan Bounty now. There's like a literally proper vegan Bounty. So thankfully, I can now eat a second or third choice of chocolate bar. Big tick in the list. That's going up to the top there. Nestle Crunch, we've got them on the B tier. I like them. Or I used to. Do they do a dark chocolate crunch? I don't think they do, but I used to like a crunch. Gone in seconds compared to something more substantial, but we've got them on the B tier next to all that other chocolate there. Can we do an overall poll? We certainly can. Cadbury versus Galaxy. We can do that. That's an interesting question. Cadbury versus Galaxy. Galaxy, ask your community. And before 2004 they were vegan. I always thought they were, yeah. I always thought they were. It'd be weird, wouldn't it? Weird choice to make them suddenly not vegan. Cadbury versus Galaxy to finalise things. I know where my allegiances lie. I think I've made it clear today, and Bourneville's on the top there, but there's a strong undercurrent for Galaxy, but it's pretty much Cadbury in the lead, 57 by 43. It's close enough to say nearly 50-50, depending on how you want to look at things. But then again, it's Cadbury's is pushing ahead to say 60-40. That's a strong trend the other way. Cadbury's is definitely the favourite. Still the favourite. And when you look at that list, it seems to be. Jacqueline says she used to mix Smarties and fruit pastels together when she was a girl. That sounds like a good idea. No, I hope it's not seen. I wonder what I should do about this microphone. I wonder if I should try the... Right, Cat. I wonder if I should try the crackling mic. Or maybe it was this plug that's not plugged in properly there. It shouldn't crackle, because this is like a proper expensive microphone. All right, Minka. Yeah, I mean, no, don't jump up on there. I sit there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this on. And we'll see if it's crackling. No, I need to sit there, Minka. You're a cat. So the way I'm going to find out about this, I'm going to switch through the mic. As so. 1, 2, check Chuffy 1, 2. You should still be able to hear me, but is it crackling? That's the question. 1, 2, check Chuffy 1, 2. About this, I'm going to switch through the mic. As so. 1, 2, check Chuffy 1, 2. You should still be able to hear me, but is it crackling? That's the question. 1, 2,
It's not too bad, is it?
2. About this, I'm going to switch through the mic. As so. 1, 2, check Chuffy 1, 2. You should still be able to hear me, but is it crackling? That's the question. 1, 2, check. I think we're all right. Yeah, I think we're all right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move chat onto this other window. Should be able to see that here now. Right, I can see you in chat here. I'm stood here. I can read chat from this screen in front of me. Too bassy, that's because it's on my chest. Turn the bass down a bit. Got my book. Gonna need my book. Hopefully it's not crackling. Like, when I'm moving around it'll make noises because I'm moving around and it's clipped on me. But maybe it's this necklace is causing an issue with it. But hopefully, if I'm just stood here, if I'm sat here, the plan is that I'm going to sit here, isn't it? So, right, meow. Yeah, I'm sitting here, got my fringe. Meowing at me, cat. There's nothing happening for meowing at me. My fringe is on the wonk. My fringe has been on the wonk the whole time. Right, I got my fringe. I've got my outfit. I can see you in chat. I'll do some dancing. I did some dancing earlier. The plan is now to read this book. It's our little book reading. So as long as you're not telling me, it's a Genshin Impact sword. The cat wants to come up. All right, cat meowing. What do you want? Do you want to go out? There's the options. Cat can go out if you want. Are you all right? We're not getting any crackling, are we? We're not, like, chat's not full of crackling. So, I don't know, could you see the cat? She'd go up on here. You can see her if she goes up on here. Come on. All right, cat. Got a cat now. So, God came into my body, the same size as a body, the same size as mine. The fella wrote that book. And I watch this girl called Jenny Nicholson sometimes on the internet. I haven't got a clip of her now, but maybe we edit it later. What she does is she reads books or reviews films, and she dresses as characters from the books or the film. She does a cosplay when she does a review. And some of her videos, it appears that she sits there, reads the book, and then talks about her feelings, and then like edits it as a review. So I thought I could do a similar thing. But this is not a book that everyone can read, so I don't think Bob will be minding. Like it's a gospel for Bob, isn't it? It's like the word according to Bob, the gospel according to Bob. So I think it's okay that I read it. In terms of copyright, I think he owns the copyright, so he might get cross and say you can't read that.
but I think, I think I'm doing the right thing. Apologies, Bob, if you don't want me to read it because it's copyright sort of thing. I'll have to edit it into into an episode or whatever, and this episode off the internet will have to disappear. But this is the word according to Bob, isn't it? So I hope he doesn't mind that we read it. I read a bit of it earlier, but I'll start at the start again, and I'll just see how far we can get through. And maybe I'll pause sometimes to talk about it. That's the plan. And as long as the microphone still sounds all right, you can hear me fine. We've got the cat. I can read you in chat. I can see you in chat there. Judith, Gojo, Lucia, Lottie, Rialdo, Wendy Wu, Lynette. That's the plan now, is to... does the cat miss the other cat, Lucia asks. I think she probably does. I'll tell you what, he used to chase her around a lot. And I used to think, God, stop messing with her. I used to tell him, stop messing with her. She doesn't want to be messed around with. But actually, I think she was having a lot of fun, like, playing sometimes. Sometimes it went too far and she'd tell him. But I think she does miss that. I think she understands generally the whole, what's been going on as well, because cats are quite sensitive, aren't they? So, yeah. Yeah, we all miss him, yeah. So, this is Bob's Ministry of Dreams, the Gospel according to Bob. We found him, he spoke to us like God entered my body like a being the same size. That Bob. 1/28/2010, Bob. Book said, Holly, showed it, call it, she said. White lips, look at Jesus with brown hair. Call it Ministry of Dreams, Holly said. The book is born, she said. All I want is titties, said him who is, and was, and always will be. Get it published, said Jesus, look at watch. It is time, God said. People want to steal, God said, to ruin. But I spoke it, created, birthed, said Jesus. Place do not copy, said Jesus. That is above a trademark and will hold up in court, God said. I hope he doesn't take me to court. That was me saying that bit. The hope you don't take me to court bit was me. Let's close this chapter, said Jesus, and work out. And he saw, said Casey, pointed. It's Holly walking on the treadmill, wearing workout clothes. Jesus looked at his watch. It's light watch, said Holly. Walked. It keeps you in shape, she said. Put it under, Holly said. This is the birth of the Ministry of Dreams. Book, put it under, said Jesus. The introduction to Ministry of Dreams book. That's Bob. Hey, put it on the shelf, Jesus, said Bob, looking at his own book. Holly said, it's at stores, she said. Put it under. That's all I have to do, I said. Holly is tell visions. That's Holly receiving word from Jesus, then going and telling Bob, and Bob putting it on his website, Holly said. Call it Ministry of Dreams, Holly said. Close, she said, this chapter. Go and work out. Did. Come back in. Holly looked at watch, 15 minutes. Put it under, said Jesus, chapter 2. Call it, Jesus said, it's time for end times, prophecy. That said, Holly, the world, she said, and its big fireball coming up from, that's the man, Holly said, publishing book, trembling. That's all right, said Holly, don't worry, she said. Bob prays, and he saw, said Casey, Bob praying for its publishing company. Don't worry, Holly said, man shakes all right. He said, that's the world shaking and uprising. 3 kings, they already exist. You getting this? Getting this? It reads, I'm not mixing up the words, it reads just like this. Richard says, please stop. Well, this is the finale for the... I'm wearing the cosplay. This is the finale. I hoped it might read a bit better. We're starting to get a theme now about the end of the world, though. So we'll see. We'll push through a little bit, or maybe we'll skim through a bit. Maybe I should have read it first and picked out the best bits for you. But I kind of think I could edit this maybe later and make an episode out of it or something. I don't know. 3 kings, they already exist, said Jesus. Should I buy some time? Jesus said. Why should I? You won't live for me. Jesus looked at watch. It's time. Hey, Bobby, let's buy it, Holly said. Book. Bob will come to you and personally autograph. It's for a fee, or Holly said, invite to your church. That's Bob speaking at churches there, said Holly, all over the world. Holly looked at watch. Should I post more about the book? Call it Ministry of Dreams. Cat. It doesn't say anything about cat. Now I'm having to wrangle the cat. Cat, can you... It's your bum end. It's his tail, because I don't want it... Right. I'll just sit on like an angle like that. I already look weird. It's fine. I already look weird. Where do we get up to? It's hard to know because none of that made any sense. Call it ministry of dreams, said Jesus. The ministry of dreams is protected. Steal or alter in any way and suit, said the Lord. I'm a bit worried that he's going to try and sue me for reading this. So I'll call it like a passage. I'll say I've read a passage, freed speech and fair use. I can read it and review it. And I just said it sounded like nonsense. So I'm reading it and reviewing it, aren't I? I'm allowed to, fair use. But I'm a bit worried because he's talking about lawsuits here. For I created for my child, should I let you have what I spoke for him, said God. You buying the book, don't steal, said Jesus, or fight against me and lose. I want to tell you about myself, said God. Now, I did buy this. Has this been written by an AI, asks Medway. Sort of. I think Bob said that God spoke to him and came into his body like a being the same size. So, you know, I think it's supposed to be the word of God, or at least the word of Bob. Careful with that tail. I want to tell you about myself, saith God. I came to this earth in fleshly form, and they hated me. Even my own mom and dad did not like to serve me, but they knew who I was, for a prophet is not accepted in his own countrymen, saith the Lord. I want to personally take you on a tour. Holly showed, it's New Jerusalem, Holly said. Walk on the streets of God. That's woman with the book at church, its temple, said Jesus, wanting to tell, but they won't let, saith the Lord. Don't worry, you can promote yourself in me. Lest you are in error, said the Lord, then invite Bob to your church. That's a lady showing her pastor, and he doesn't want, but will preach, lost. Hey Bobby, it's for loot, said the pastor. They teach. Wrong, and people cannot be delivered, said God. Don't trust them, for when they're found out, they will strip you of your duties. Like many that know about Bob, I'm not going to say very much in this. Hey Bobby, it's book, said Holly. Cause, Bob doesn't feel like typing much. He wanted book called Like I Spoke It, saith the Lord, Ministry of Dreams. But I choose to call it Ministry of Dreams to make people know that they cannot steal, take or alter in any way. Now hear the word of the Lord, said Jesus. Looked at, it said Holly, a light watch worn by our Holly and Jesus. Post more visions, put them right here, God said. On call it, said Holly. Ministry of Dreams, said Bob. At Ministry of Dreams, oh, saith God, look at the thieves of the God spoke Ministry of Dreams, and they all want to challenge my servant for what I gave him and ruin him, strip him of his walk with me, and many claim him to be my servants, while they do it, saith the Lord. And this is why the end must come, for Christian shall be coming against person. But not in that order, for my servants will give all to help their brethren, said the one, Jesus. And I looked at my watch. Holly was walking in on its treadmill again, wearing workout clothes. Place this on, saith the Lord. I want to talk to you about my salvation in this, the next chapter. It's got heavy quick, didn't it? So in order to make it fair use, so that I'm not stealing or altering anyway, I did buy the book and I'm reviewing it, and of course I'm reading it and I'm reading excerpts as part of my review, so I think that's fine. What do you think in chat? Bob seems disorganised in his thinking. A little. I mean, Grammarly didn't help him, I can say that. I don't know, you can't see the text unless I show it you, at some point, but it's all commas. And the occasional, no, it's all commas. It's like, it says like until, comma, you do, comma, or, comma, die, comma, if you pastor, comma, is not, comma, saved, comma, then, comma, don't take it, it's all commas. It's confusing. Lots of commas. Very confusing. Bob seems a bit confused. He hasn't done what they do in the Bible as well, like chapter 1, verse 1 and all that. He's just written it and it's all there. Written it, all 47 pages of it. We're on page 10. The cat's jumped off into there's a little cat bed just there, and it's just on the cat bed, so it's fine. Do you think we should do some, it does say that you should do some workouts in between, and it does say that you should work out in between. I don't know what God said. I'm reading it in the book. Obviously, I'm not having a piss on Jesus. I'm not having a piss on Jesus, yeah? Yeah, that's fine, isn't it? I'm not having a piss on Jesus. Like, Jesus is fine. Jesus is still Jesus. Bob is Bob. I'm dressed as a monk because Bob was. Shall I change into my gym clothes quickly? Yeah, good one, Eddie. Quickly change into my gym clothes. Oh, it's one of those mornings where my wife is particularly organised. She's not my wife. It's one of those mornings where, so she's particularly organised, and since I'm in my dressing gown just fucking about, I don't have to get started. I've got this hour, this special hour, golden hour to myself. Maybe Emma's coming round, I'll check. But I'll just do myself a cup of tea and a coffee, and then, you know, I'll make sure I've got a very firm alibi in case my wife goes missing. During that golden hour where I've got like an hour just to potter around, I'll make sure I've got a very firm alibi. Makes me wonder, do you think that is this an outside possibility? That Paul said to the police, listen, I've been having sex with Emma White and that's my alibi, but obviously I don't want you to put that in the police, in the news, because it's bad. But that's my alibi, she'll confirm it, but I don't tell anyone because it's a secret. You know, secret alibi. And the police will be like, oh, that's an interesting one. Can we confirm it with Emma White? And she'll say, oh, I didn't want to have to tell you this, but yes, secret alibi. And they'll go, oh, strange alibi, but alibi all the same. Can't be you then, Mr. Paul. Like, maybe that, I don't know, but, you know. Please play us a song on your guitar. It's not tuned or anything. I'm not prepared for that. I'm not prepared for that. I could do at the end, maybe. I could try at the end, but, you know, I'm not spoiling the broadcast by fucking it up with my guitar singing at this juncture. I'm having a little thought break from the book for a minute. I am the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I am the chosen one, love him with my heart. So, yeah, that was a bit of Paul Ansell stuff, wasn't it, for a minute there? You're all good in chat, aren't you? Are you enjoying this book? Oh, the cat's now playing with her fishy. Obviously, fishy for the loaves. Like, you got one fishy, and you think you're not going to, you can't eat that. It's just one fish. Well, now there's two. Magic Jesus. The cat likes the fishies. These are her toys, so she's playing with her fishy. There you are. Play with your fishy then. What do you want from me? I'll tell you what, actually, Streets of London on the guitar there, suggestion from Lottery. I'll tell you what I'm not able to do. I'm not able to play loads of other people's songs. I can do a few little covers, but really I only just do my own songs. Work meeting. Strum. I was on a work meeting. He had my heart beating. That Paul Ansell. Oh, he's a rock goer. Strum. I don't know why what is she now? She's Cockney. What was that accent? That was Master of the Ass, quick to catch your eye. That was that one. I'm Emma White, Emma White. She's not like that. She doesn't speak like that. She's from up north. Hey up, it's Emma White. Emma White on a work meeting. Oosh, 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 on a work meeting. Now the cat's having a right go. Oosh. You don't like that, do you, cat? On a work meeting. So that's part of my review for this book. That's part of my review for the book. I've got an ashtray on the sofa, that's convenient. I've got inflammable, flame, don't want to say retardant on the internet. Flame proof. So, pushing on with this book, which at first glance, at the first few pages, I believe the story is that Bob has been given the word of God through Holly. I think Holly is a character in this book. I think Holly's like maybe an angel that's giving God his message. And between them, they're getting it down, and Bob's doing some workouts, and he also like for the edit, what we'll do is we'll have me saying this, and then little excerpts from the book, you know. And then Bob is, please don't ruin this Easter with Paul and Emma. All right, Lynette, sorry, yeah, just got off the topic there for a bit. Sorry. He said that my cat's going to need therapy. Yeah, talk about that. What about Willow? Poor Willow. Anyway, that's serious. So you can't have therapy for dogs. Willow's got to live with that. Anyway, look. This book, so then what's happened is things have got serious because God's saying the world's going to end. Big ball of fire. So let's see how it goes. The Ministry of Dreams is born and published today and written today, saith the Lord. Now place chapter 3. Call it the salvation plan, my salvation plan. Saith King is to believe on him who was sent, that is me, Jesus, inside my body that I created for myself. For I was that seed that a woman reading this book said, prophet, and shaking yow, and he has written yow, feeling encouraged. If you cannot get through to the Holy Ghost baptism, then continue until you do or die. If you, pastor, is not saved, these are all comma between the words, every word, so is not saved, then don't tithy at that chapel, saith the Lord. Pay tithies here, Holly. Shows it's at Ministry of Dreams Inc., said Holly. Just send check payable to Bob Hickman at P.O. Box 284, Indianapolis, Indiana 46206. Honestly. And don't worry, saith the Lord. Honestly. I am the one that receives from. That's my servant, giving away the cheque to whomsoever I tell him to. But laughs keep, he thinks. But you must tithy. Or either, is tithy like tippy? Am I actually... No, he's written tithy. T-it-to-he-a. Tithy. T-it-to-he-a. Tithy. Tithe. Tithy. Is it like giving alms, like giving tithes, like giving tithies, like giving a little tax? Like we do tippies on this stream. Yeah, I should have my coffee thing on. Oh, maybe I haven't got the animation thing on. Maybe I haven't got the animation thing on. No, I shouldn't have because I'm doing this bit. But he's written tithies, and I'm worrying that I say tippies, and then if I get tippies and it's tithies, and I'm actually dressed as the fucker, and I've got the thing on, and he's going to get confused, and it's all going to get a bit confusing for him. Maybe I'm part of this. Like what you've got to consider, if you're Bob and you're watching this and you're like angry because he's reading my book on the internet and taking the piss, what you've got to consider, Bob, is that this has found it into my hands. This is what God wants, right? I'm dressed as you fucker, yeah, reading your book. So this is what God wants. I am with God. I'm not a bad devil man. I'm a good man. Yeah, we know that in general. Yeah. So like, I hope that you don't get the wrong end of the stick here. Somehow, I'm on the internet getting tithies. Maybe I should change tippies to tithies from now on. What do you reckon? Best Easter Sunday ever, says Marie. Good banter, super chopper. Thanks. I didn't write this wonderful book. Thankfully, the Lord did, apparently, through that man. But no offence to Jesus out there. No offence to anyone who loves Jesus. This is just a thing that we're doing for fun. Right. In fact, this is the opposite of offence to Jesus. So they're praising him, if anything. Don't worry, saith the Lord. I'm the one that receives from you. That's my servant giving away the cheque to whomsoever I tell him to. But laughs keep, he thinks. But you must tithy, or I, the Lord, not even begin bringing you into the baptism of me, said Jesus. For wherever your heart is where your wallet is. That's what the people of this present world want, money. And it said, Jesus, sex, shh, said Holly. That's woman laughing, reading. But these pleasures only last for a season, and then it's death. And then he saw, said Casey, hellfire, like volcano, lava. That's many therein. This is what they're saying, saith the Lord. Let's walk into hell. That's one man, Lord. I pastored, he said, but dressed in suit showed, shh, he said. Don't tell on me. I told people what they knew God would do. It's according to the world, he preached, but I never did it for him. Oh, God will save you, said this man. But he wasn't saved, and there they all are in hell fire. Many dressed in suits they are. It's a wall, said this man. That's tall. That's man looking up at wall about 200 feet high, then shot to the top, looked in, saw hordes of people in agony, moving, mouths in pain, and they stacked, man said, on top of each other, for the loved the wages of this life. And put it under, said Holly. Let's start a new chapter and tell people how to avoid this place. Jesus walks out of hell. Call this next chapter the Kingdom of Heaven. Thank fuck for that. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. We've just had a visit to hell. We just saw what hell was like. And they're in suits down there. Bear that in mind. You're going to want to avoid your suits. All piled up on each other. Sounded like the traditional sort of hell. Hot. All piled up on each other. And suits is a new one. Suits is an issue. Let's get on to the next chapter. It's all going well. You can still hear me. It's not crackling. You can hear me okay, can't you? Too much cake. I've eaten the cake. It hasn't kicked in yet. It'll hopefully kick in by about chapter 8. And then maybe I'll start having my own visions. This is the next chapter. This next chapter, the Kingdom of Heaven. This is heaven showed Jesus sitting on his throne. At the right hand of him pointed me, the Lord of its Jesus the Father. He's like light man, said Holly, but moves and makes people feel him. He is the Alpha and Omega, that is the end and the beginning, saith the King. Jesus, me, the Son of God, can't tell the difference, said me. Jesus, we are the same. I'm the body he dwelt in, but I'm love and you are hate. That's what you people are toward me, for I say to do right and you won't. I say tithy and you won't pay, but you will run to do your pleasures. Jesus looked at his light watch. Time is quickly running out, for men are lovers of pleasures, for more than me, said Jesus. I speak every bit of this book is prophesying, like my word, says Jesus. Show servants ministering spirits, and they write what they are told. It's how the whole New Testament was birthed, said God. Paul wrote what he saw. That's Bob's pastor being warned by person at one of his churches. Bob is writing a book. I saw it in a dream. That's night vision, but Bob doesn't offer to speak there. Let's them. Now, here's how you begin. Your new walk in me, said the King. Just for a pause for a minute here. I've just realised that you think you've had enough. Oh, I've got to read the whole thing. I'm like halfway through now. This is the stream. I don't know what's coming. It's exciting. It's like reading a book. And I'm going to stop and like tell you what's going on halfway through and stuff and make it fun. I've got to go for it. And the other thing is that I know that the chocolate stream, right, it's going to be labelled as greatest chocolate ever. And then people are going to look at it. And for a while we did the chocolate tier list. And then this is taken over. And now people are going to watch this bit of the... I've just realised they're going to watch this and think, what the fuck's happening? Like, what is going on? I think that's okay. I think that's okay. It's like self-sabotage in a way, isn't it? I think that's okay. How's my fringe? Am I in focus all right? How's my fringe? For I clearly laid it out in my word. Okay, so what just happened there anyway is that we've gone out of hell now, and now he's given us his PO box. Make checks payable to Bob Hickman at PO Box 284, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46206. So now we're on to begging for money in a way, and or like soliciting donations, I suppose. But in the spirit of heaven, it's all good. And also, Bob's not happy, it seems, at church. So the pastor there gets to speak, and Bob feels like he's got his own message. And that must be pretty interesting, mustn't it? Imagine you're the pastor at a church. And like, you know, you've done your sermon, and Bob puts his hand up. Yes, Bob, isn't it? Is it Bob? Bob. Yes, is it? Can I do mine? Sorry, Bob. We've got an order of service at the service. We do I do, and then we sing the hymn, and we can do a little Q&A if you want to talk to me after. No, can I do my? I've got a message from God. Maybe we can talk after, Bob. That'd be really frustrating if you're Bob and you've actually got the word of God in hand, and they won't let you talk at the church, because that's the place you should be allowed to. Let's see how this works out. The King, it's not Elvis, it's Jesus, I'm assuming. The King, for I clearly laid it out in my word that woman doesn't want to read it now, but will read it later and say, yow, I can't do that. Oh, yow, I can do that. Don't want to get it wrong. She, said Jesus, looked at his watch of light. My word says to be baptized in my name. What is my name, said Jesus. I'm Christ, the one that was sent. My Father and I are one. He is Jesus. I am Christ. Therefore, like in my word, Jesus Christ is my name. That's woman showing pastor. And he let's get Bob. That's Bob baptizing, even his own pastor. They laugh, but love each, all at his church. First you must repent and then get baptized in Jesus Christ. Name, that's priest looking at his formula and saying, Lord, I wasn't taught like that, but he gets and repent until I forgive you, saith God, for ye have a distance to go in repentance, and then I will gladly receive you. But not until then. I enter into my servant like a body, his perfect size. It's in there. That's the main bit. I enter into my servant like a body his perfect size. It's the Holy Ghost, said Jesus. Holly shows God like spirit man going into Bob. There are none saved, but many claiming Bob will come to your church and preach. But get into your pockets and take care of, for wish you come Bob and do it for nothing, saith Jesus. Your answer is no, Bob. Can help whoever he loves to get through, but cheat Bob and he will know it and won't want. But be offended. Oh, he is fair but knows all secrets, so don't try to hide offended, and he will leave. That's how I am, saith the Lord Jesus. Looks at watch. Holly shows more walk-in workout attire. You've just tuned in for the Chocky. So it's always play, and I can't even explain it at this juncture. What's happening is that Bob has it's an Easter story, the gospel according to Bob. Bob has encountered resistance at his local church, and now he's demanding that they pay him to do a service, and the church don't seem to be up for it. I think, anyway. Let's place this next chapter. He's done his workout. Let's place this next chapter. It's chapter 4. Call it my world, saith the King. I'm the book of Jesus. I'm the book, say Jesus. You've got to get it right. I'm the book, said Jesus. This volume is me. I'm the one speaking, and my child is typing with me inside of him. It's for I came inside of him, entered like a body his perfect size. That sounds a bit wrong. My child is typing with me inside of him. It's for I came inside him, entered like a body his perfect size. That's lady reading this book. Lord, I ain't got that. When are you going to let me? Just give it time, saith the Lord, for that's all you got anyway. Showed Jesus, I'm coming at an hour when you think not for, when they were drinking and partying. Like now, what are you going to do when the book is done, said Holly. Bob doesn't know. Only I, Jesus, know. But Bob knows pastors will not let him come there and ruin their plate offering tray. But Bob is getting big now, and they won't let still. But people are in record numbers leaving the churches. That's young girl at it's showed Holly our Bible college. Lord, I ain't saved, she said, but is being trained to, pastor, that's the blind leading the blind. And both will fall into the ditch. For if I did not send you and charge people to preach when you are not sent, then I will not forgive you. For you are claiming to be my child and charge high fees and won't help nobody but your own. Just try to get into your pastor's wallet, even though it's fat, saith the Lord. So it seems like the pastor's got a lot of money and Bob's angry. And at some point, the pastor's going to be in the ditch, he said. Or God said. It's getting interesting, actually. Bye, Lynette. So, it's been a big stream. This is kind of like a special edition. Is the fringe glowing? Is that because I've got the spirit of Bob around me? Special edition. I think we're having a good time. I think we're having a good time. We are having a good time. Official. It's official. Special edition. I should have done this as 2 streams, maybe. Maybe I should have done this bit as a separate stream. I want it, and I wanted to see if I could edit it later to make a funny thing. We'll see about that. Maybe you shouldn't edit the word of God. I'm doing my little review. I'm telling you what's been going on. Read, review, fair use, bought the book, all that. Right. So, well, I will see. Fat Wallet Pastor, that's what we're up to. Well, I will see, said that pastor. The Lord won't let me. He later says what he really means is, I want your money. It's loot. Not give you mine, get your own business, go. I don't want you here if you can't pay for my heat, plumbing. That's the pastors of today. Just look at them. They're deceiving and being deceived. For I fall on them. Keep but won't save. Give dreams, talk to but will not save them. If you are reading this, Bobby, it's book, said Holly, are not saved, but did not charge to witness. Then fear not and seek the baptism of the Holy One, saith Jesus. What are you going to do with book, Bobby? Asked that one pastor in vision. Holly appears. Why don't you want Bob to prosper like you are, but not saved? Think he might ruin you? Watch what I do. That's Bob on TV. Then most churches in the world are ruined, and that's Bob walking into his church, and pastor looking at, smiling in heart, know wheresoever the ark is, there is, God will bless, but I won't save, and he does not know that, but I hold him unaccountable and in heaven. Waits there, afraid by hellfire, cast him out, for I am the Lord, throw all out in heaven that show up without a wedding garment on. All right, I'm going to pause here. So it turns out this pastor has really got Bob's egg, right? And Bob's well eggy with the pastor, and he thinks that the pastor and the churches of the world are going to fall apart because they're too greedy. And in its place, the Ministry of Dreams, not greedy, hopefully not going to sue me because I'm sharing the word of God, and I bought the book, probably the only person that did. I just think I got it. Okay. You need wedding garments to get into heaven. There's a top tip. But the children, they can stay or go like the deformed and mentally people that are not birthed like normal. Saith the Lord. Even retarded children will eventually... I'm not... This is written here. Even retarded children will ultimately jump out here. Here's why they want to. What do you mean they're going to jump out? Even retarded children will ultimately jump out. Here's why. They want to serve themselves, even though they knew Jesus looks at his watch. It's like watch. Let's walk on treadmill. Yeah, I think when we got to the retarded children, I think we needed to walk on the treadmill. Apparently that's what was... Let's walk on the treadmill. Anyway, look. Walk on treadmill. Some more, for there are angels in this life unawares they're sheep, saith the Lord. See what you've done, said Jesus. That's woman reading this book, saying, yow, yow. That's what I've done, she said, preached. For its loot showed, cut off you witch, saith the Lord, then give it back. And then I will. Thinks that's woman, shaking yes, but doesn't thinks in heart. He won't save then. Keep and know your destiny, saith the Lord. Don't have then pay back off a settlement. Let's place this next chapter. That's me looking at watch, knowing Bob does not want to write book. Call it Ministry of Dreams, says Jesus. Call chapter 5 Ministry of Dreams. I think we're getting into chapter 5. That last bit was very confusing. It started to get very confusing. And what I've discovered is there's some rules about heaven. And you need to be married, and children are generally all right, but maybe not the... Maybe not in the words of God here, the retarded ones. I mean, we don't use that sort of word on the internet these days in a comedic way, do we? But yeah, Bob, he spells it, if you want to spell it right in chat, when the woman says yow, yow, she's saying it Y-E-A-O-W, yow, yow, yow. I'll be losing to Penny Bunny's live shortly, and I won't like that. I don't really mind how popular Penny is. I have nothing personal against Penny Maria. People ask me, and I just won't watch. Like, I'm not going to... Do you like Penny Bunny's work, Scott? Not really interested. No, she speaks a lot of gossip, and it's a bit like this. Like, you're getting the word straight from the Gospel according to Penny, and somebody that she heard say something on the bus stop.
It's raining again.
So.
I couldn't be happier.
Elena sent tippies. Thank you for making me smile. Happy Easter. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to veer in the future. We don't have to talk about, that woman any further. Like, you brought it up in chat there, so I just thought I'd, answer you. I'm okay with her existing and having a good time. It's just not my bag. But thank you more for the 5 hugs and having a good time at Easter. This is more my bag, and I don't see her doing this. Do I? Don't see her with the sign. Each their own, thank you. Got me working day and night. Do-do-do-do. Got me working day and night. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, just go on Facebook and have a look at what they're saying. Oh, there's another video. Right. It's got interesting now, though. This is chapter 5. Ministry of Dreams. Like, it got eggy at the end about the... I'm trying to work out what's been going on. We've got these rules about heaven, and then I think some woman read his book and he got angry about it. And if you're watching, Bob, I'll reiterate, you know, I bought this off the internet, I've been drawn to your work, and now I'm helping you to share the word. So really no beef with me, huh? If you want to sue me, then I'll just take the video down and that's the end of the lawsuit. Cease and desist. You don't have to sue me. And if you want to sue me, I live in England, so it's not like that over here. Don't. God said not to. God came into my body like a body the same size and said not to fucking sue me. Check yourself. Right. Okay. Next. Are you all alright in chat? You all alright in chat? When the cake hits. This is a special edition. We're getting through the book now. This is chapter 5. Jesus said, call it Ministry of Dreams. Jesus said, call chapter 5 Ministry of Dreams. I am the Lord, am the Holy One, and spoke, call it Ministry of Dreams. Why do you steal, saith the Lord? Hey Bobby, it's for loot, said this one, internationally known man, stealing and not removing Ministry of Dreams, which I spoke until Bob emails, that's him laughing, while reading this book he bought. It's like he's predicting the future. He hasn't emailed me, but it's like he's predicting the future. That's him laughing while reading this book he bought. For I won't save you, John, and your ruin is now. Just watch. People steal, said Holly. Call it, she said, for I, the Lord, told Bob, get a website. And that's John's wife looking at, she tried to make Bob speak blasphemy. And it's on net, saith the Lord, it's for, Lord, I want it, she said. But it's not hers, said Jesus. Holly had watch on. Showed. Lay down, Bob says, let's finish and publish. It's right now, 1/29/2010, about 12:23 a.m. And this book will be published today, saith the King. I created Ministry of Dreams and chose Bob to be its owner, and many have stolen, some even rewrote existing books and placed in to make Bob believe it was there long ago and have big ministries, but they stole, for it did not exist till I spoke it. There's an international pastor, he's Reverend D. Min, PhD, MA on. It's no, said his wife. They find out about book. He's a soothsayer. Tell me the dream and I will tell you what I think it means. It's a big business, but they're laughing at this person and his health is failing from being stalked. But people know who want him to know, they know he's almost a billionaire, but 67 now and dying at the top of his life. So there's this figure that is making a lot of money, maybe on the internet, telling people what their dreams mean, and Bob thinks that he's a wrong un. He's old and he's going to die. Lord, no, I ain't going to do it, said Jeremy, but... Jeremy now. No, I ain't going to do it, said Jeremy, but will soon cause in the hospital, tells wife, who now has his Webby. Let's remove then, Kathy does, but it's too late for Jeremy dies in hospital. There's a group of religious people. They claim to be Christians, post-Christian things, have many alias, and even act like a presidential candidate is their ally. But when found out, then fled, and are now being stalked and mocked. But they were on a forum of Christians acting, but after being exposed, they trembled and lied. But now they are on net, exposed and deny. But, say the Lord, made me, I the Lord, will not make you fight against me. That's one Christian lady Bob wrote, rewriting old vision and including the God Ministry of Dreams, till found out that's woman who is Reverend in Sophia, stealing Ministry of Dreams, after Bob signs her guest book, and her family says have nothing to do with it. But she steals and is an attorney and wants trademark, but would have to sue Bob and in court be stripped of her legal attorney's license and knows it. These are just examples of people. All these claim to be saved, but all steal and want my servant to speak blasphemy against me. And some even wrote letters and tried to make Bob blaspheme against the Holy One. Many see in this book, called it Ministry of Dreams, said Holly. Lord, if I steal, said one woman, why would you cut me off? Why did you take it? For saith the king, Lord, I wanted to ruin woman, but I should have mercy on you and place my child in hellfire, because you want what I give to him. Yes, shakes woman, both perish, because I wanted all in the lake of fire. What? You still here, yeah? It's getting confusing now. It is getting confusing. I committed to getting through this. I think we can get through this. We're at page 32. There's only 10 more pages. What Bob is now saying, I think, is that there are people that have been trying to rip off his work, or maybe someone died. I think Jeremy might have been his dad. It's a tragedy if that's the case. But I think what's happened is there's some Christians who tried to help him, but they're like politicians. He's getting a bit confused and angry again. Like the words are coming out all confused again, aren't they? It's very hard to understand. And then we've got this bit about place my child in hellfire because you want what I gave to him. Yes, shakes woman, both perish. Because I wanted all in the lake of fire. Only a few make it now. Write this book knowing that you and your family will perish soon. Just watch for it, Bob, will not be in fire. But all that take Ministry of Dreams, which I spoke and created and won't share, rewrite your old books and place it in, you will be found out and be ruined in this life. Just watch for your demise. Jesus looked at his watch. It's light, said, Holly, call this next chapter the end of days. So I'm finding here as well. All right, Kat. I'm finding here as well. There's this little punctuation bit between the chapters, which is really wonderful. It says, Jesus looked at his watch. It's light, said Holly, call this next chapter. I think Bob, with Jesus inside him as someone the same size, God entered my body into a body the same size. He's looking at the watch, and the watch light is saying, do X, Y, Z, and then it's happening. So going on about psyops in chat now, come on. I've got this nonsense. We don't need to go that far. Cardinal Scott of Eggyville. Egg super chuffer of egg. Meow, the cat's getting eggy. Can we get back to curly whirlies? No curly whirlies now. We're down this rabbit hole now. We're doing this performance. I planned for it. This is your special. It's your Easter special. I'm using the room. I've got the microphone on. I'm dressed up like a monk. I'm going full hog. This is your special. The cat's eggy. Jesus looked at his watch. Its light said, Holly, call this next chapter the end of days. It showed Holly, chapter 6, that's world appearing, and many countries exploding, erupting into fire. That's Holly appearing, it's submarine, she said, surfacing all over the world. And let's open fire, said Jesus. They all do, and most of humanity, as you know, is wiped off the face of the earth. Only about 1/2 of this population will survive, and the conditions will be harsh, cause anti-rule and wars even then. And nuclear weapons in many remaining countries, and 666 being created for peace, but it will not last long because it's for I am God, said the Antichrist, sitting in his temple, for he will be mocked even by his own. That's a prince on his own behalf, telling people worship the beast. But he too has nuclear arms, and they were aimed at the beast. In the very end, the beast will be cast out of his land that he inherits from the ruler and driven to his own land. And lastly, will sit in Italy, claiming I am God, he said, but will go to the Jewish state, for they're not at rest, and try to restore it to himself, and even try to make slaughter of animals again, to try to deceive. But that was a nuclear fire in his land. He came, was cast out, and the nation right near, with many other countries, they force its Magog, forcing the land of Gog, which exists today, to invade Israel. That's the Prime Minister there, pressing the nuclear button, and many countries turning into ash. And the nation of God, new king, it's the Jewish country that Jesus standing on the mountain, and it dividing, and many Jews are raptured, for they were hidden in the people. For if they knew who they they would have had them slaughtered like they did me, said me, Jesus. That's an international known man, very high up, looking at Bob. It's boring, Bob, but Bob knows the details, and Irving wants, but Bob won't give, so he can make loot off of, and many pastors know that Bob, buying this book, let's place chapter 6, it's 7, said Holly, on the gifts of the Spirit. Here are the gifts of the Spirit, said the Lord. So, am I off my nugget? No, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I feel like I should make another review for this last chapter. Or is it the last chapter? I hope so. There's a couple more pages. What we're finding out now is that the end of the world, when it comes, nuclear war, Bob says. Bob says Jesus said through him. Jesus said, the word of Bob is that nuclear war, essentially, I'm going to pray, see, nuclear war, and everything's going to kick off. Half of everyone's going to be dead. After that, it's going to be loads of rubbish. I don't know why Italy came into it. I don't know whether the retreat is of the good people or the bad people, but Italy is the final place, wasn't it? The beast will end up in Italy. So you want to avoid that. And then Jesus goes to the Jewish state and has a right kick off over there. More ash, more nukes. And then some other, again, another one of these international pastors wants Bob's book and Bob won't give it to him and he wants his money. So, do you like it? Do you like it? We've got one more chapter. I am the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one, I love him with my cross. I love the chosen one, loving him is so much fun. I love the chosen one, I think I made him cross. The cat wants to go out, so I'm now going to have to let the cat out. I'm going to let that cat out. Go on. Cat's out. Oh, you can hear me the whole time, can't you? Because I've got my microphone on. I love the chosen one. I am the chosen one. So here I am again. I'm not making fun of Jesus. Bob's got his own style, and I'm emulating Bob's style for the read-through and review of his interesting volume, Ministry of Dreams. And a read-through and a review, incorporating segments of the read-through and explaining what they mean and talking about it. That's okay for fair use. Using the room. It's like a special, this is. You don't get this on Penny Bonus, do you? Fucking Penny Bonus. Yeah. You don't get Armchair Detective doing this, do you? Talking about creativity. Do you want to see me do a painting? You don't get Don't get me started on those chuffers. Those chuffers. I've only been aware, like, I'm not like, I've said this before, I'm not like true crime. It's not like my business is true crime, so we get all sorts of stuff on this channel. There will be a lot more with this Nicola Bully stuff. Going to keep looking at that. But, you know, whatever interests, wherever we go. But it's been interesting recently to have suddenly been thrust into this world where people are in my chat and in my things saying, like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? And I go and look at it and I'm like, oh, right, that. Like, it's not all of it is up my street. I'll just say that. Not all of it is up my street. But, hello, Snips. Have you not seen me? I'm the bishop. Wearing my bishop dress. Harold Bishop. Got my bishop dress on. You don't have to retract your messages, it's all fine. Can't show you my tattoo this time because I'll show you my bum. I am the chosen one. Better be careful, I don't want anybody coming after me with a defamation or a deformation lawsuit. Yeah. Oh, they haven't got the money to fight three campaigns, has he? Not against some serious people who've got proper egg on. Like, it'd be funny anyway, wouldn't it? Just make loads of videos about it, and then like it would end up good for me. Good for me. Right, look, we've got to carry on with the Word of God. I've got to get back on with the Word of God. This is Bob, Ministry of Dreams. He's got his egg on about this other pastor making loot off him. So now it's chapter 7. We've been through hell, heaven. Heaven, apparently the retarded children will jump out. This is what he said. That's his words. It's a bad word to use on the internet. You know, there's a limit. I'm not going to use all the bad words, but I don't think that's hateful slurs because he's saying it in this book and I'm critiquing it and saying it's a bad word to use. You shouldn't say that like in this way. But I think you could say the word. I think it's about the context and the way you say it, isn't it? So I'm saying it's a bad word that we don't use in this way. But all right, he's saying anyone that's neurodivergent will jump out of heaven, which is also a bit of a weird concept. And then people are he's getting the egg on with all these different pastors for stealing him. And it's all going to kick off. We're going to have nuclear war, all that business. Anyway, you were here, you were listening. Right. It's 7, said Holly, on the gifts of the Spirit. Here are the gifts of the Spirit, saith the Lord. For if I can do whatever I want, then there need not be an explanation. But the gift of tongues and an interpretation is you speaking and saying whatsoever you will. But Bob hears in your voice what I want him to hear. At the same moment, that woman just trembled, for nothing can be hidden. For the gift of healing is me granting you permission to get me, the Lord, to heal whoever you want. There are many gifts, but desire prophesying, saith the Lord, which is this me talking to my servant all the time, and he sees me even while you are right there. That woman said, oh, but that's what prophesying is. Seeing me, Jesus, and ministering spirits, like Bob calls over 50 spirits, Holly, all Hollies, and the Archangel Gabriel, oh, he said, showed off his light body. Dressed like warrior, don't call me, said Jesus, for Bob doesn't have a cell phone yet, but we'll get one later. Even now, desires so... Right, I've got an issue with this. I'm a bit worried, because it seems like there's a female character in this. That woman said, oh, but then Bob's like going on at this woman. I just don't know what this situation is where Bob's met this woman. I worry for this woman. But yeah, doesn't have a cell phone yet, but he'll get one later. Even now, desires, so he can post on net, even while at church. Let's place chapter 8, Holly. That was a quick chapter. Don't even know what happened in it. So, Little Red Riding Hood. I'm a monk. MC Hammer. I'm a monk. I'm a monk. I'm a punky monk. I'm a monkey. Skunky punk monk. Look, it's Jesus. Oh, this one's going to get... This is about to get fruity. Chapter 8's about to get fruity. I think chapter 7, Bob was talking to a woman. I don't know what happened with that woman, but chapter 8, all of a sudden now, this is going to get fruity. You ready? This is what if you kept in, if you're in for this. And you're in for this. So this is about to get fruity. And you should be in for this. This is where it gets fruity. So you're going to enjoy this, yeah? Whew. Even while at church, let's place chapter 8. Holly looked at Light Watch. Hey, Bobby, it's time, she said. Call it Ministry of Dreams. That's what this book is really named, said Holly. So let's call it chapter 8, the last chapter of this book, said Jesus. There'll be more, for it's for publishing's sake, said God. Bob must get known then. Get book offer and reveal more. Chapter 8 is, said Jesus, has watch on. Call it Bobby, let's get published tomorrow, said Jesus. And will you need to get to the internet early? First copy can be sent to you. Call chapter 8 the final book of It's the God Spoke, Ministry of Dreams. In this chapter, saith the Lord, and the man that laughs knows, Bob loves, I will discuss to you about this present age and why I must end all time. Now, it's 'cause that, said Jesus, the internet talking... And why I must end all time now, it's 'cause that, said Jesus, the internet taking porno to children, minors, and they are active young and will not repent, and nations pressing sin on their peoples won't let Christianity in their lands, and people slaughtering. And that's Bob's pastor looking at book, telling Bob, hey, it's a powerful book. Bob only thinks it's weak. Glad you liked it. We veered off here for a second. For a minute there, we were talking about the internet making children into porno minors, repent, nation, sin. And now we're on a pastor's looking at his book again. Bob prays while at church, but they don't mind him being around. Then there, Caldwell said, Jesus, he hated Bob. Bob has cost him millions and will not let Drexel Gardens perish. But they will, saith the Lord. Bob seeks now, here's what I want all that read this book to do. Mock me in your hearts, and I don't care. So he doesn't mind. But it will get you in time. I won't, says Bob. Pastor's pastor, for they will both have this book. For they will both have this book. It's up on 38, said Jesus. Bob loves them, and they have love. Money, both. But all do, and one laughs. One is too wise to laugh. But Bob knows him, and he's almost 70 and not saved yet, but doesn't say one thing. That's the world. And countries exploding and smoke rising up, and Moon looks down with big nose. Sun has mouth open wide and laughs. Moon looks. It's Bobby. He won't let me, said Moon, looking serious. Then worried, said Jesus, but then laughs. It's Bobby. We're abased, said Moon and Sun. And they are playing with Tita-Totta. And Jesus, the Lord, is there. It's almost time, said Jesus. What are you going to do? That's a pastor that helped Bob get in book. And Bob loves him. He's Duncan. Both one laughs with the other's voice. They're friends of Bob's. He loves. That's Cecil, said Jesus. Cecil thinks he will pastor for Bob. And Bob loves both Cece and brother. But I can't help them, saith God. For if you cross over the line, then you're doomed, saith the Lord. I don't just doom you. You chose, but had many chances. That's woman shaking. I don't know who's shaking a woman. I don't know about that. That's not a good idea. Who's shaking this woman? Is she shaking herself? We're getting towards the end now. 2 more pages. So it did get good then, didn't it? It all picked up. Bob's been talking to a lot of different pastors. And angry about the internet. And the nucleus came out again. He said that it's okay to joke about him, but then it'll come back and get me. I'm not joking about him, really. In a way, I am. Maybe I am. You'd love to see what it looks like, yeah. For the edit, I'll show you some actual there's no point in me doing this, but for the edit, it's just like every other word is comma, 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 comma. But recently, in this last bit, in this last little page here, 44, there was a little bit of prose. It broke out into prose. I don't know if you heard me suddenly start to talk normally in the way I was reading it. It broke out into prose, but we're nearly done. We're nearly done. If you cross over the line, then you're doomed, saith the Lord. I don't just doom you. You chose, but had many chances. That's woman shaking, yes. Place book down. Let's call it Ministry of Dreams, said Jesus. Take out the. This book is the book of Ministry of Dreams. Let's copyright and protect legally, not usable after. Then saith the Lord, well, Bobby, I'm done, said Jesus. Don't publish with any, just get some, and do with whatsoever ye will. That's person at publishing company, showing its owner, yow. I want, he said, does, takes, publishes, Bob, prays for them. If you have further need of my servant, just email him at the God Spoke, Ministry of Dreams, said Holly, on many of the major email providers, for Bob has the top 3 tied up. Lord, it's how long, said Holly, and Gabriel to Jesus. It's till a few more get saved, and then the end shall come. It's peace, said Jesus. I'm finished. Had light watch on, Bobby. I will allow you to write a little forward with your own words, saith Jesus. This is Bob Hickman. Good luck to all that read, and what you do with your time is what you show Jesus, who entered into me like a body, my perfect size, when I was 32. This is now the foreword at the end, isn't it? It's now, they allowed him to start writing in his own tongue. And it starts, this is weird because all that other stuff was really broken English, but now that he's allowed to write in his own tongue, he actually starts writing like a normal person. Check this out. This is Bob Hickman. This is Bob Hickman. You all good in chat? You all good in chat? Final little passage now. You all good in chat? I can see you down here in chat. I've got you down here in chat. I can see you. Who's going a bit far now? If we haven't got mods in, I'll mod people, but I think you're all right. I think you're all right. I think you're all right. Can't get any worse than what I'm reading, can it? You ready? This is Bob's final word, or the foreword. This is Bob Hickman. Good luck to all that read, and what you do with your time is what you show Jesus, who entered into me like a body my perfect size when I was 32. About 7 years of on and off again seeking and crying and pleading, maybe even thinking in heart I'm cut off, but did good luck and take a shot at getting right with Jesus. And I'm sure if I was to show up in heaven, I would regret not helping more to get saved. Thanks from Bob Hickman. Call it Ministry of Dreams, said Jesus. I spoke and created it and will destroy all that steal in this life. Just try me, saith the Lord. I give each one so much time and wait until they least expect it and won't tolerate nobody. That's Bob's pastor shaking. Yes, till we meet again, said Jesus. And we will, I assure you. Bye now. Literally finishes with the sign-off line, bye now. Like, goodbye now. The pastor shaking, that's Bob's pastor shaking. I worry about these shakings. Who is shaking? The pastor was shaking, the woman was shaking. What happens when they get shaking? I hope it's not an analogy for something. Bye now, at the end of that. So we read that together. You can't unhear it. You've heard it now. It's gone in. Ministry of Dreams. I'm dressed as a monk. Easter special. You've heard that. You've had that. I need to review that final bit for the purposes of fair use. And of course, because I'm doing a book review. I want to be like Jenny Nicholson. She does book reviews. A bit like this. A bit like, sort of like this. So what's my review at the end there? It was nice for God to let Bob have a little bit of his own. I'm worried. The main bits really were when, for me, the main bits were, we had a look at heaven, it was bad. We expected it to be bad. Sorry, not heaven. Heaven's the good one. Hell. We had a look at hell and it was bad. We expected it to be bad. It was bad. Not awful bad. I mean, they're all piled up and burning. So just hell, basic hell. And then we had a look at heaven, and what it turned out, the surprise for us, and I suppose for Bob, is that basically disabled people were jumping out of heaven. They were deciding they didn't like it in heaven, which I thought was a strange aspect. Throughout, there was this theme of pastors and other church figures getting in Bob's way, being difficult with Bob. That's going on as like an interwoven theme. And then we had nuclear war. We had like an extended period of nuclear war. It's going to be bad for everyone, it turns out. That's bad. If you die, that's bad. And if you're still alive, it's still bad. Turns out. There's been a few shakings. He's shaken a few women. The book describes the shaking of a few women and the shaking of one pastor. I don't know what shaking means. I hope it doesn't mean murder. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Bit of a quick read. Quick read. It's confusing, unlike other books. Like, it gets your brain going in a different way because the punctuation's almost like an obstacle course. So it makes you have to think a lot. So it's a thought-provoking. Thought-provoking. If you want, you want a little quote for the super chuffer. Thought-provoking. Don't want to use. I said it was confusing. Don't want to put confusing. Confusing. If you want for for the second edition. Actually, I assume this is a first edition, so I shouldn't be so tatty with it. Like, if you've got a first edition Harry Potter, that's worth some money now. So, is this a first edition? Let me just check. Copyright 2010. Yeah, it's first edition. Do you want the ISBN in case you want your own copy? 978-1-4490-8912-2, open brackets SC, close brackets, like a body entered into my body the same size. I mean, Bob's got a book out, I haven't, so he's doing better than me. I put a review on Amazon. That's where I got it from. I bought it off Amazon, so maybe I should. Was it worth buying? Well, in one way, Bob's got some money, so you have to work out in your mind whether that's good or bad, because no, we're not stealing it from him. I don't want to take it and read it and steal it. I want him to buy it and be legit. But I'm concerned that he's going to sue me because he seems very eggy about this. I'm concerned he's going to try and sue me for reading it out on the internet. Although it's the word of God, Bob, isn't it? So people read that shit out, don't they? Like, a bit worried about that. I don't remember exactly how much I paid for it, but no, it's not going to be like I reread that and enjoy it again and again. Like, I got Crime and Punishment from Dostoevsky. I bought that from the... Do you remember the book sale? Do you remember book sale? So you've got Waterstones, which is like the good bookshop, and then you've got book sale, which is just like all a load of shit piled up, and you have to go around and look, and it's different every time. And you think, that's interesting, I'll buy that for 50p. And it might not be a really good book sale. I got Crime and Punishment from book sale for about like 50p, and I read it about 4 or 5 times. Like, meant a lot to me. 1984, paid full price at Waterstones, but it was so important, that book. This 7 out of 10, not as good as Crime and Punishment, not as much of a good value proposition, no. But on the other hand, we've been on this stream. I've been using my room, which is something I wanted to do. I've been using a microphone, which is new, and like, the microphone itself is not new, but the concept of how we're working.
I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then
Cal
flush.
sent tippies. Thank you for a hilarious chocolate afternoon with deep readings from Ministry of Dreams. Jackanory for adults, haha, from Curtin Lisa. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
There you go, 10 hugs, my child. Yeah, like, thank you very much. Thank you for the tenner. Yeah, this has been fun, so it's worth it for that reason, isn't it? And like I said about opening up different options for the media, I've got cameras, I've got ideas. This is just the start of something new. Like, we're not going to use the room all the time. I'm not going to read a book at you all the time. But I could get a guest in here. They could sit here. I could sit back at my computer and we could chat. I could, like I said, take the cameras out in the future. I'm going to try and gradually. Steve's going to have his back operation. So we were going to do something in May, and now he's having a back operation. So there is that. But we're going to, rather than rush at it like a bull at a china shop, I tend to take a bit of time over things, promise a lot, and then take my time to deliver. But we do deliver. We do deliver. And thank you very much, Claire, for the £5 super chat. And this is just a little different thing, isn't it? A little bit of something different, bit of fun. Ministry of Dreams. So I think it was worth it. I'm a bit concerned if Bob gets the money and goes out and does a murder. Like, I don't want to be paying a murderer. I do worry about Bob, I do worry, driving up and down in his truck with his, thoughts. I do worry, don't you? Don't you worry about driving up and down in his truck with his thoughts? Don't you worry about Bob? Jack and Ori as well, yeah. I didn't used to watch Jack and Ori, really. There were certain shows that I used to think, right, that's not acceptable. You're not reading me a book. Get off with you. Like, there was a couple of, like, Newsround as well. I know, I get the concept, Newsround, yeah, I get it. But, like, I'm here for my kids' shows, so what are you doing with Newsround? Like, it's like the boring half hour, is it? Thanks. Thanks for that, Newsround. Trying to drag me into the adult world that is, I don't want to watch Newsround. No. Fucking Newsround for, When's Biker Grove on? Thank you, Lynn, for the love. I love all of you out there in Chatland as well. All you super chuffers and chuffragettes. You play my guitar for a sign out. I don't really want to. I'm not prepared in any way. And I haven't got anything in my brain that's like a proper song and it not microphoned up properly. I think it will come out badly. and it won't sound good. And then why have I done that? And it's not even tuned or anything. So I appreciate the question, the call for me to do it, but maybe I try and put together me doing it as its own thing. Like maybe I can sit here and play the guitar sometime, but I don't know. Like we've been doing a long stream now, and I don't really feel like doing it. So no. Please do, Michelle. I don't watch. I haven't seen her, so I don't know who she is. But if it's anything like the others that I've been watching or have been exposed to, then it's not going to be up my street, is it? Tell you what I can do. I can play you a record that I've made. I can play you a song that I've made. How about that? We can do that. I can go back over here. Back into the comfort of where we are, and we know where we are. Back into the comfort of here, and we can do it this way. This is a lot easier. Wants to be quite a chilled one, doesn't it? Your channel and the channels wants to be quite a chilled one, really. Search and Destroy, and then we'll play Search and Destroy and then Stand Over. I'll play 2 songs, and that'll be a nice way to finish. I'll get chat back on my screen. Oh, doo-doo, says the mouse. I need the mouse over here to move chat for a second. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. 3 screens and one of them's over there. You've got to be kidding. Oh, no, I need the mouse plugged in. Don't you? Yeah. Of course. And then you put the mouse over here. Actually, I can do it a different way. No, I'll do it this way, of course, because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Brilliant. Even more of an idiot. Knocking things over. To me, my mouse. Just move that back over there. There we go. And then I come back. Oosh. And now I've got my chat back. Love it. Okay, I've got the chat. I've got the picture of the song. Made it worse. There it is. So the song first, and we'll play 2 songs to finish. Who Won the Chocolate? A surprising variety of different chocolates came at the top. Bourneville, Fries and Bounty are the top tier. And then Turkish Delight, M&M Star Bar Boost, Marathon Whisper, Flake, Galaxy Ripple, Milky Bar Buttons, Galaxy Dairy Milk with fruit and nut in it, Picnic, Yorkie Fingers, Mars Twix Kit Kat, Smarties Toffee Crisp Rolo, Maltesers Mini Eggs, Cream Eggs, Lindor, Poppets, Ferrero Rocher and Christmas chocolate, including the Cures, are your top chocolates. That's Who Won the Chocolate. I've got 2 songs for you without having to play the guitar, if that's all right. You know, can't be worse than that book. Yeah, but it's not even tuned, and I haven't got anything prepared. Like I don't know where I would, like what songs I would sing, just off the top, you know. But if I got my songbook out and tuned the guitar and wanted to do it properly, I could do it a lot better. So with the microphone set up and stuff like that. So maybe for those that are interested, we could do it, but I don't really want to inflict it on everyone.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Snips sent tippies. God has entered my body. Like a body. My same size. Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you very much for the 20 notes. That's lovely, Snippies. Thank you. Thank you. Long time support of this channel. Snippies has seen us since we were... Snippies has been a fan of my content since before it was this channel. How about that? Since when I was doing ASMR. So Snippies has been here for the long road. Isn't it amazing where we're at now? Let me just put my microphone back the way it used to be. Normal microphone again. Isn't it amazing where we're up to now? Isn't it amazing? And this is just our little Easter special. I understand this won't be the most popular stream in the world because we reviewed chocolate and I dressed up like a nutter. But why isn't that making the full screen? Come on, you. Where's my frame? No,
do. So I've got 2 songs for you to finish. One of them's a bit sad, and then one of them's a bit more positive. Can I take the hat off? Well, it's covering it up, look. I've got a hat line now around the back of my head because I had a shower. There's my hair, and then this is stuck on. It's what you wanted, isn't it? Just a normal everyday stream. Just a normal everyday stream. So I'm going to make a little chuffy smoky. I won't be talking during the playing of the song. You can talk in chat. You wanted music, you've got it to finish. To sign off 2 of my songs. One a little bit more sad and one a little bit more positive. So sad one first. This is called Search and Destroy. And I made it.
There's something wrong. You've been gone so long, I only see your face in memories. Search and destroy. Living in this way, ticket to the grave. I only see you now on Sundays. Search and destroy. When the just went off, children in their coffins aren't enough to make you stop. Search and destroy. Sleeping alone when you washed over me. Sleeping alone. Living in this town, might not be around so much, but you should always know I'm watching you. Know there's something wrong. Been gone so long, I only see your face in memories. Search and destroy.
That was Search and Destroy. It's a bit of a sad one for me because it's about my doggy. And then this is Stand Over. So this is a lyric video, but it's a bit more positive. It's about being depressed. It is. But it's more positive. You know, it's a bit more positive. So we'll finish on this. And thank you very much. Thank you all. I hope you've had a good day. I hope it's not. I'm not going to get too sad. It makes me feel things, but that's okay. You know, and that's okay. You feel things. I'm not going to live in that like sad place. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to finish off the stream and then I'm going to tidy up a bit and I might even get on Genshin Impact because we usually play Genshin Impact tonight of a weekend, so I might get on Genshin Impact and just do a little bit of pottering around there for an hour or two after I've had a little bit of dinner, maybe on Genshin Impact about 9:30 in the UK. It's all good, don't worry. Like, I expressed myself through making the song and it reminded me of how I felt when I made the song, so that's okay. Like, you know, I've had a really good day today with everyone. It's been loads of fun. And this next song, again, like I said, it's, you know, from places, but it's about positivity. It's about moving through it and pushing on. So, yeah. Don't feel bad. Feel good. Feel good. It's all good in the hood. I've had a really good time. I've dressed as a thing. We've done a special. It's a big flag in the map to say, as we move forward, 6,000 subs, let's keep moving forward. And, like I've done something a bit outside the norm. So I was a little bit worried and a little bit like, hope this goes well. Onwards and forwards. That's the plan. Onwards and forwards. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Thank you. You be good, my little pucos. And if you can't be good, then you're naughty.